yards and 3 touchdowns against a tough 49ers defense.
And Mahomes was great, but I thought Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator, and Andy Reid had a great plan for slowing that San Francisco offense. You know they're going to get after Mahomes and pressure. They got outside quite a bit with these jet sweeps. You can see here, Bosa just where's the ball? Now I've got to slow down the Reid, slows my run down, and they use their speed to get outside quite a bit, Jason. Coach, I spent a day with the Chiefs during OTAs, and it was like a clinic, their practice. All the stuff you see on the game field, they were working in practice. It's like a track meet. You know, there's this whole idea that we can't run the players so much and do all this. You should see that football team practice. They practice fast, they practice their timing, and it all shows up when they kick it off on Sunday. They were fantastic today against an outstanding defense.
Yeah, and now the Chiefs go into their bye week atop the AFC West, sitting at 5-2. We're getting set in Miami. It's the 16th season in charge for Mike Tomlin, whose Steelers snapped a 4-game losing streak last week. Tonight, they're facing off against their first-year head coach, Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins, who are looking to take that 2-game slide.
What was that? Nothing. Wow. Jackson.
That was actually fun. We have to wait a whole year, darn it.
When it comes to comfort, we're thinking of every mile. The new Hyundai Palisade, it's your journey.
At Jersey Mike's, they slice your order right in front of you. Watching that can send a rush of emotions through a person. Excitement, baby like wonder, anticipatory chewing, and traps. Nice right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
With us at Pet, there's always this. That's why we have innovations like the Maytag Pet Polo. So you and your favorite sweater can forget all about those very situations. Shop Maytag and more exclusive out-of-the-blue innovations at Lowe's.com.
We're going to bang on, get it on down by the lazy river in South Beach, Miami, Florida, as we've been waiting all day for Sunday night on National Tight Ends Day. Pat Fryermuth, Mike Gesicki, we are, as we'll have the Steelers and Dolphins square off from Hard Rock Stadium in South Beach, Miami, Florida, on NBC with Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth on the call. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links in the description below, the thumbs up button, share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Dolphins, hashtag PIT for Pittsburgh versus MIA for Miami, hashtag PIT versus MIA. We'll see if the Dolphins do in fact go MIA tonight after starting 3-0 and then losing 3 straight. Tua Tagovailoa does return, as does Kenny Pickett, both clearing concussion protocols, and will start this evening as Miami will honor the 50th anniversary of the 1972, the lone undefeated team ever in NFL history. But they'll be wearing throwback uniforms. The Steelers will be in their road whites, but share on social media, as mentioned, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks, always greatly appreciated as well. And we'll have kickoff coming up momentarily, of course, following Carrie Underwood and the preview from Mike T and CC Waterback himself. So we'll see how tonight's game goes. This NFL Week 7. We've had a lot of blowouts, to say the least. I mean, Thursday Night Football this past week was better than we've had the previous few games. But even with, all the close games to this point, almost midway through the year, which is hard to believe as we near the end of the month, Halloween weekend, next weekend, followed by Thanksgiving and Christmas with 3 games each day. But tonight, October the 23rd, on Sunday Football, the Steelers and Dolphins. But a few close games today, but we've had 5 plus 2.5 score wins for teams also this afternoon, now into the night. So, this game honestly could go either way. I think it will be, close down to the wire. since 2004. Big Ben's rookie year. Now Pittsburgh's a year removed from Big Ben. Kenny Pickett at the helm. Pittsburgh's won 7 of 9 in the all-time series, with tonight's meeting the first in a few years. But it seems like since then they've, for the most part, as they've met in the playoffs a couple times as well, including back in 1972 for the AC Championship game, in which Miami won and then won the Super Bowl to finish a perfect undefeated. And 50 years later, they'll honor that team tonight. Pittsburgh will honor the 50th year anniversary of the Immaculate Reception on Christmas Eve night, and also retire Franco Harris's number. But yeah, this game tonight could go either way. I think it'll be, down to the wire finish. Not necessarily low scoring. Both offenses can put up points, but Pittsburgh's only averaging 16. Miami's averaging 21. They have a few common opponents to this point, but I mean, this game, honestly, depending on how the rest of the year shakes out, could determine whether you're in or out of the playoffs. So 60-minute dogfight. May the best team win. We'll see what it gives, but it is National Tight End Day, and we got 2 former Lions in action tonight following the Blue and Whites whiteout win last night against Minnesota Golden Gophers. Thank you to anyone and everyone who tuned in and watched that live, watch live stream live here on YouTube as well. But Pat Fryermuth, Mike Gesicki, look for the tight ends to get targets this evening, especially with some young quarterbacks at the helm, and both quarterbacks also returning from injury. So finding a running game and checking it down to your tight ends, and then taking your deep shots, and then of course defensively, hopefully playing stout and forcing pressure and capitalizing off turnovers, and also relying on our special teams. For the most part, 9 times out of 10, you should come out on top with a W. As Pittsburgh is sitting at 2-4, going on the road for the first time since one up upstate Western New York and Buffalo a few weeks ago, and got blown out by the Bills, who Miami beat last month, I might add. This is the furthest south Pittsburgh will travel this year as well, coming off of a win last week at home against the Buccaneers, whereas Miami lost to Minnesota by 8. Pittsburgh snapped a 4-game losing streak, now sitting at 2-4. Hit the road tonight, hit the road next week as well in Philly, who's on a bye this week. Phillies in the World Series, though, and FYI, I might add, the last time the Phillies made and won the World Series, the Pittsburgh Steelers won the Super Bowl, so keep that in mind for what it's worth. But at Miami tonight, at Philly next week, and then bye week as NBC gives their game picks. You can let me know in the comments below who you have, in fact, winning tonight's game. I feel like they're going to split here. They're about halfway through, but Miami's a 7.5-point favorite for whatever reason. The over-under is about 45. 3-0 start. They went to Cincinnati on a Thursday night last month, lost, where Pittsburgh went to Cincinnati week 1 and won in overtime. So I'll also take that for what it's worth. But they say Miami's got a 68% chance to win this game. Mike Florio, of course, the only Steeler pick thus far. Tony Dungy played for the black and gold, though. All right, he's also taking the Dolphins. So Florio from Take Me Home Country Roads, West Virginia, taking the black and gold tonight. So we'll see what Pro Football Talk has to talk about after tonight on Sunday Football. But as mentioned, yeah, we're going to take a trip down memory lane 50 years ago, 1972 here tonight on Sunday Night Football with the and Dolphins. So should have a good game on our hands here, but as mentioned, Kenny Pickett and Tua T will start and play at quarterback after both recently have suffered concussions but they've cleared concussion protocol and will, in fact, play tonight as they sign off with the closing credits, wrapping up the kickoff pregame show here for Football Night in America. And we'll get Carrie Underwood here in a minute, followed by the lead-in, and then the coin toss and the kickoff, and, we'll go from there. But, yes, Miami will honor the 1972 undefeated team, the only undefeated team ever in NFL history. A few teams, of course, have come close since, but no cigar. And as mentioned, Miami, after starting 3-0, they are 3-3, a 7.5-point favorite here tonight. So, honestly, I care less if they cover or if Pittsburgh, wins all right, or either team wins all right, as long as there's, win. It's all that matters. The one's a win at the end of the day. I know, of course, Steelers fans are going to be hoping the Steelers win, and Dolphin fans are going to be hoping the Dolphins win, for that matter. Pittsburgh coming off of a win. They beat one of the other two Florida NFL teams in Tampa Bay at home last week. They don't play Jacksonville this year. They did go to Jacksonville in the preseason to win. So, they could hit the trio tonight, 777s, and cash in. But they sit at 2-4. Miami's at, 3-3. But with Pittsburgh, as mentioned, winning 7-9 over the past 18, 19, 20 years now at this point. Tonight, though, Pittsburgh, along with Miami for that matter, but more so the Steelers than not, both teams are going to have to find a running game. Najee Harris, Mostert, Gaskin's out, but, as Jalen Warren and Chase Edmonds will back up, got to find a running game to help out these quarterbacks. And honestly, for these quarterbacks whoever does more, let alone less with the mistakes, I think whatever team that is going to have a better chance of winning tonight's game. But then also offense, defense, special teams for that matter. Who the hell is stepping up and making plays when the game's on the line? So we'll see. Of course, that's why the game's played. It ain't decided on paper, it's decided on the field. But I honestly do believe, with as much talk as there is for the quarterbacks returning, and then, all right, they need to play good, but they don't need to. At the same point in time, quarterback-driven league, you got to have a quarterback in order to win. You still got to be able to run the football. But talk about mistakes. I think turnovers and special teams could be the difference, as we've been waiting all day for Sunday night. And taking a trip back to 72. 18 was the last time they played Monday Night Football. Pittsburgh ended up winning at home. Returned the favor tonight, also in prime time. And the show is, in fact, back in town. And, these two franchises won 4 straight Super Bowls in the 70s. Pittsburgh won 4 total in the 70s. 4 and 6 years, for that matter. But Miami's still the lone NFL franchise to ever have an undefeated season at 17-0. So we're gonna get rough. I guess Carrie likes it that way. In prime time, but Sunday Night Football. So far this year, we've had, as mentioned earlier, with Week 7's games, a few close games, but 5+, 2.5 score victories. Sunday Night Football so far this year, we've had 2 games decided by 3 points or less, but then also the others, we've had 2 score victories for the winners in those games as well. So Sunday Night Football, Steelers, Dolphins. There is where the U also plays at, Hard Rock Stadium. Seems like, the Heat are probably the best professional or just best sporting team in South Beach these days. Yeah, the only perfect season. 1972 perfect season team, 17-0. Head coach Don Shula passed away a few years ago, but of course he'll be there in spirit as maybe we do go old school. Maybe we got a slugfest on our hands tonight. Low scoring affair, defense showdown. Maybe another 3-0 game, and the pouring late November rain as hunting season kicks off. But no, I think we're going to have some points scored tonight. Even though, as mentioned, Pittsburgh is only averaging 16 PPG a game, whereas Miami is averaging 21. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. Expect a close game, but bend but don't break defense. Talk about the turnovers as well. Pittsburgh's in the plus category in turnover margin, where Miami's -5. So, talk about turnovers. Turnover special teams could be the difference. At the end of the day, though, something's got to give. We'll see what does. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching, and we'll get the show on the road here in a minute. As it seems like, well, they'll take a break. They'll have the national anthem in the meantime. But as they wrap up pregame ceremonies, talked about bending, breaking on defense, as Brian Flores, former Dolphins head coach, is now a Steeler defense assistant with the linebacking core. They've really needed to step up recently. They have, but they haven't. Last week they did. They made some plays when the game was on the line. They're still going to be without Akel Witherspoon in the back end, but Sutton returns, as does Levi Wallace. Still got Minka Fitzpatrick, of course. Terrell Edmonds back there. I mean, Millette and Pierre played good last week too, but I think pressure could be a key word tonight for both of these defenses. Just whether that's off the edge, up the middle, just wrecking havoc and getting after the quarterbacks, and we'll see how the Zebras officiate it. But overall, who's stepping up and making a play? But pressure could be the key word of the evening. And with Flores now in Pittsburgh, just 7-8 weeks removed into this year, following his firing as Dolphins head coach after last year, and then suing them among a few other teams along with the league in the process. How, with his familiarity with the Dolphins, talk about an edge. How's that going to help or not? As Applebee's just goes back in time with every other fucking commercial nowadays and digs up classic rock songs. But commercial break, we'll get to the action here momentarily. Might fucking build bunk beds tonight and, bury each other alive for that matter. But, we'll see what gives. But Pittsburgh is, in fact, winless against the AFC East already this year. And this is the fourth and final game against the division. They're 0-3. They lost against New England and the New York Jets at home, and they went to Buffalo 2 weeks ago, their last road game, and also lost against the Bills. Whereas Miami, coming off of a loss against Minnesota, they started 3-0, lost 3 straight. They're 1-1. They won at Baltimore to come back, win, and then, when Tua went down on Thursday night, late September, they lost at Cincinnati. But as mentioned, Pittsburgh went to Cincy week 1 and won in overtime. So I get every game's different, yes, no doubt about it. So you can take that for what it's worth. But the end of the night, win's a win. I don't care how it gets done. I don't care what the spread is, the over under, all that bullshit. Unless you have money on it, of course, that's a different story. Just find a way to win, and Tomlin's been in Pittsburgh now for 16 years. Mike McDaniel in his first year as a head coach. We'll see if he's going to need a few wheelbarrows tonight against the Steeler defense. His opening video package, we're going to go back to 1972, it seems like, with Don Shula. And he's got a projector, lights, camera, action, and they're going to talk about perfection in the 1972 Miami Dolphins, as they in fact beat the Steelers in the AFC title that year to get to the Super Bowl before they also won that game. So they're going to honor the 72 team, I believe at halftime, if I'm not mistaken. This will kick off here momentarily, but Yeah, players out, as mentioned, Kel Weatherspoon, Kendrick Green, backup guard for the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right. Steven Sims down at receiver. So, I mean, who steps up as the number one receiver for the Steelers tonight? It's sort of flip flopped 1, 2, 3 the past few games. Last week it was Chase Claypool. Week before it was George Pickens. Week before that it was Deontay Johnson. When it's normally DJ, Claypool, and Pickens in that order, the rookie out of Georgia, along with the rookie quarterback out of Pitt, and Kenny Pickett, they're actually going to honor the 72 team prior to kickoff, it seems like. Talk about perfection, talk about another P word and pressure. We'll see as honorary captains tonight are Larry Zonka, Bob Greasy, Larry Little, and Paul Warfield, along with Tua. He's also wearing a 50th anniversary patch, and they went all out with the field. They've worn these unis. There's more members of the team up in the suites, up in the press boxes, but they do wear these unis, I do believe, once a year, if I'm not mistaken. But Pittsburgh out there for the coin toss as well. So this game is in prime time for a reason. Melissa Stark with the interview. No shit, you don't say. And then a couple days later at Cincinnati, after they beat the Bills, he got hit again, and he wobbles all around. And back to head injury, concussion. He's out of protocol. He's going to play tonight for the first time since that Bengal game a month ago. They've gotten by with Teddy Bridgewater. I said then, if they can find a running game with Bridgewater, should be all right if they can play good defense. But 3-0 and then losing 3 straight. Coin toss officially over with. We'll see who's kicking off and getting the ball. But here we go. Yeah. The NFL just doesn't want to get sued. Which I can understand, but, it's football. You're going to get hit. They're just, trying to keep everybody safe. Talk about player safety. But the crowd still files in. We'll see because with Pittsburgh, they're either starting fast and holding on, or they're down and coming back late. There's no in between. None at all. But with some injuries, as Ogba's also out for Miami on defense. The Steelers' defense has to stop Tua. Talk about pressure. They got to stop the Cheetah and the Penguin as well, along with the run game. So there's the cheerleaders as they wear 72 number jerseys. Boswell on the kickoff, and Miami back deep to receive. So we'll see if anybody's going to lean on each other when they're not strong tonight and try to help each other out and find a way to win this fucking game. But here we go. Sunday Night Football, Steelers, Dolphins. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. In the meantime, we're underway, and we'll have a return from the goal line. Here we go. Kickoff right to left, return left to right across your television screen, ready on our dial, and Miami will get a return out past the 25, 28, 29, 30-yard line. Officially 1st and 10. There's Tua from Alabama. Mostert, the former 49er, who McDaniel brought over with him. We are. Of course, they traded for Tyreek Hill. Kansas City seems to be all right without him. Talk about supply and demand, along with, as Miami will start out 1st and 10 from the 29 here. Chiefs just beat the Niners earlier, but Tua under center here, motion man. That's a false start on 74. 5 yards here, play it down. So jitters, some emotions here to start off the night. It seems like, but all right.
One thing you don't want to do with the Pittsburgh Steelers defense is give them
7 seconds in, no play other than a return and a Miami penalty. So they couldn't have asked for a better start. 1st and 15 from the 24. 2 out of the gun, and Hill will motion near side. Back around, fake the give, and then pass complete to Hill in the backfield. But Devin Bush, along with Arthur Millette, along to bring him down. So tackle for loss in the backfield, and Pittsburgh defensively is coming to play tonight, it seems like. Thank fucking God. Because if his defense can't, or if, excuse me, his offense can't, his defense can have to keep him in the game as they always do. But 2nd and 19 now from the 20 for the Dolphins. Gesicki going to motion top of your screen. Maybe not. He stays put, and then he goes over the block. Pass complete, and first down, Miami out past the 40 to the Penguin. Waddle, as he waddles his way to the 41, 42-yard line, first down and 10. Dolphins. Yeah, good play call. And then Miles Jack and Devin Bush talked about these linebackers, you know, needing to step up once again. They did last week, but on the stop once again. First and 10 in Steeler territory, and quick pass over the middle of the hill, and then Memphis Patch, former Dolphin, and Miles Jack will make the stop. Yeah, I mean, yeah, went the handoff, but sort of spun right as he got the snap and faked the give, and then passed the hill on the slant, and he gets about 8.5, 9 yards, almost enough for a first down. Be 2nd and 1. Out of the eye, they'll hand off, and Raheem Mostert, really nowhere to go. One of Miami's, biggest struggles in the past few years is they haven't had a running game, along with the Pittsburgh Steelers for that matter. Pittsburgh had one sort of last year with Najee Harris. He's, really nowhere to be found though so far this year. But McDaniel coming over from San Fran, they get Hill from Kansas City, who was what Deebo Samuel was to him in San Fran, and then a running game with everybody they had, plus also acquiring Christian McCaffrey, but he's no longer there. He's in Miami now, and he's doing his own thing. But Miami going to have to burn the timeout here to make sure they're set. 11:58 to play in the opening quarter. Play clock winding down, and it seemed like they were ready. So they'll take their first timeout and have 1st and 10. Here's the Steeler defense. And of all those players, they're still missing T.J. Watt, as Terrell Austin is, in fact, defense coordinator. Of course, Tomlin, a defensive-minded coach. Matt Canada, the fucking offense coordinator. Here, week 7, you can add a 5-letter word that starts with S, has a T, an I, and 2 L's in it as well. But, as much as this is TJ's defense, you still got Cam Hayward in the middle and Minka Fitzpatrick in the back end, and they got had to give up a first-round pick for him to Miami, a few years ago. But over the middle, Gesicki on the catch and run, and he doesn't gritty, but he gets a first down, and Miami's moving down the field pretty damn good here on the opening drive. Yeah, they got there, but it was a little late. Alex Highsmith, and then he's wide ass open over the middle, and now they got a 1st and 10 to the 15-yard line. So out of the eye, handoff again, Raheem Mostert, and then Adams along with Spillane make that stop at the 7.5, 8-yard line, looks like. So 2nd down, they got about 5 shots now to punch it in. Hopefully the Steeler defense here can force a field goal, but it starts up front, and they've shown here 3, 4, 5 yards in a cloud of dust running the football, but then, Tua, and we'll pull up some stats here in a second, has been able to air it out. And like I said, they've done a pretty damn good job moving the ball downfield thus far on this opening drive. So out of the gun, they stack the receivers near side. Over the middle, caught, incomplete. Good coverage by Edmonds, intended for Gesicki. Would have been a touchdown, but incomplete. 3rd down and 3. So see if they draw up here, but yeah. We got to make a stop. And he's wide open again. Like, they've been able to find the hole, and, well, he still almost caught it. Hit him right in the left shoulder pad. So incomplete, 3rd and 3, but also Edmonds there on the coverage. So Tua going to be in the gun still here. 3rd and 3 from the 8. And Tua looking to throw again. And then he dumps it off. And most are going to walk in. Touchdown Dolphins. 10:45 to play in the opening quarter. And they drive 70 yards and scored in less than 5 minutes and put up 6. Here comes the extra point. So a fast start. Steeler defense, yeah, I know I said a little bit ago, come to play, but, that was, the first, second play of the fucking game. Since then, Miami was able to move the ball forward in the right way and move the football downfield. Easy as splat, and here comes Sanders for the extra point. It's up and good, so Miami leaves it 7-zip. They did have to burn timeout on that drive, but it's 7-0 Fins with 10:45 to play in this first quarter, and we'll get to see Pickett and Steeler offense out on the field when we return. So we'll see if they can make some noise of their own and try to cut this lead, let alone tie this game up, and hell, even, potentially, low scoring still, defensive showdown, slugfest on our hands, going back in time, back to the future, if you will. Whereas Marty McFly and Dr. Emmett Brown will need them, but also could have a back and forth game on our hands. If this keeps up, with the offense can get rolling, and then still at the end of the night, what defense going to bend doesn't break, and then talk about the turnovers along with the special teams. So still early, still a lot of football left to be played, no doubt about it. But in the meantime, in the opening drive, as Pittsburgh has yet to touch the ball on offense, not a good start for the defense, to say the least. Tua Tagovailoa was 6 of 7, 68 yards passing and a touchdown. Mostert, 2 carries, 8 yards. Seems more than that, but yeah, they were throwing a lot. And then Hill with 3 catches, 22 yards. Waddle catch for 20 yards. Gesicki has a catch for 18 yards. Could have had a touchdown as well, but good coverage. Play or two later, they end up scoring anyway. And then Mostert with that catch and run for 8 yards in the score as he walked in on the far side. So as Miami goes in this first quarter, left to right, Pittsburgh going right to left, and still got to find a running game, but no doubt about it, Pickett's going to have to make plays. His first ever start was on the road 2 weeks ago in upstate Western New York in Buffalo in Orchard Park against the Bills, and he threw for over 300 yards. They did get blown out, but that game, defensively, they get off the field, 1 or 2 plays goes their way, could have been a hell of a lot different than what it was. So that then, of course, still, thought that sense. They found a way to win last week because the defense stepped up and made some plays. On the road again this week. This is the 3rd of the 4-game stretch of tough games. They were 1-1 when, everybody thought at this point they'd probably be 0-2. Maybe hell even 0-3, 0-4, still with only 1 win week 1, but they're 2-4. So, got to make plays. Got to get stops. So, still early, still a lot of ball left, but, of course, this keeps up, better luck next time, and, you're on to Philly for them next week as Miami will go to Motown. So, Dolphins on the kickoff, and Tua looking like, first 3 weeks of 2022 Tua before he got injured on that drive. But touchback, and Pittsburgh 1st and 10 from the 25. So here comes Pickett from the University of Pittsburgh. we are Penn State. So they have the playmakers. We are. But this offensive line, even though, they haven't played that bad so far this year, they got to play 10 times better tonight because they got to fucking run the football at Najee Harris. Help out Pickett. Check down to Fryermuth, who they've missed because he's been out with injury. But then, as mentioned, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, along with George Pickens, need to step up to help as well. Hand off Najee Harris for about 3, maybe 4 yards if he's lucky, but it'll be second down. Yep.
Only first-round quarterback taken in this year's draft. He replaced Mitch Trubisky as the starter week 4. Made his third straight start, but only did throw for the 67 yards last week against Tampa. Came out in the third quarter with a concussion. Was cleared to practice when the work week started on Wednesday. He's had no setbacks leading up to it.
Second and 7 for Pittsburgh. And they'll run it again. Thank God, trying to establish a running game with double deuce. And Harris gets another 4 yards. Yeah, it'll be 3rd and 2 here. 3rd and long 3. They're going to go hurry up for whatever reason. 3rd and 3 officially. Out of the gun. Go to 88. Pickett. Deep ball near side. Overthrown. Intended for Deontay Johnson. Pittsburgh will go 3 and out. And after, about a minute 6 drive, they'll have to punt. So, here we go again. Offense not going to, barely do anything, and defense going to have to keep them in it. And, if the defense can't get stops, game can get away from them. So, going to have to get stops on defense if they want to keep themselves in this. Talked about turnovers. Presley Harvin's blue suede shoes. Gonna boom it, and it'll go out around the 35-yard line. So, actually gonna continue to walk up, and it wasn't that good of a punt. Shit, to the 40-3-yard line, 45-yard line. So a 25-30-yard punt, yeah, something like that. Good God. So you can't even rely on your special teams to start off with that. My God, come on. But, it is what it is. We can sit here and, complain all the hell we want, but just, it might be one of those games if they can't get rolling here, offensively, defensively, along with on special teams, because, they won on the road week 1. But then they didn't win at home until last week. They haven't won on the road since week 1. And it's week 7, last I checked. And, Miami's good when they're healthy. Tua's good when he's healthy, for that matter. But that's the thing with the Steelers. They also have the star caliber players, the potential to also be, top notch if they can put it all together. Problem is, to an extent, they, even with, as close as all the games have been, but they haven't been able to put it all together. So, once again, we'll see what gives, but until they click, they're just stuck. So it seems like it's going to be the type of game where they're down. Defense going to have to get stops. Talked about turnovers, and until they wake the hell up. But it's fucking 8:30, 9 o'clock on a Sunday night, for God's sakes. You've had all day to get ready and wake up for tonight's game, for that matter. So, just got to, I guess, get help from the fucking pigeons that were on the field last week as well, and maybe get some help from WhatsApp tonight. But no, all seriousness, they just gotta get stops on defense and just make plays. And until they click on offense, this is how it's gonna be. Because they can score, but the thing offensively in the play calling, You know, and then talk about Matt Canada, like honestly, the Tampa win last week to this point, okay, yeah, still a big win, but it ain't looking that good because Tampa lost earlier at Carolina. So, and really, you know, they got lucky in overtime week 1 at Cincinnati. All right, hold on the return. And Miami will start out from 35, 1st and 10. And they'll pitch Mostert to the 40. 5-yard run for him. So 2nd and medium, 2nd and manageable for the most part. And talk about the run game if one of these two teams, you know, has a lead, and say it's in the second half sometime. Hopefully you're going to be able to run the football to work clock, because time possession could be key tonight as well. But, right, 2nd and 5. Mostert, fake to give to him, and then Waddle deep in Steeler territory to 35. And Levi Wallace, the former Bill, on the tackle. Also returning tonight from injury, as he missed last week's game. But, like I said, if you can stop Tua, I know it's a lot to ask, but stop one, and then you got to stop Hill, that they got from Kansas City. And like I said, the Chiefs seem to be okay, you know, without him. Quantity over quality with who they signed and drafted this past offseason. But then Jalen Waddle, who Tua has a connection with from Alabama to Miami, as Mostert on another run, 1st down Dolphins. And guess what? The Pittsburgh Steelers can still not stop the fucking running game. And now they can't stop the pass either. Like, Miami's sort of doing the same thing with a little bit better of a running game to what the Buffalo Bills did to them a couple weeks ago, is what it seems like here off the start. Somebody wake the hell up. Make a play. You can't let this game get, you know, too far away from it. Hand off. And they miss a few fucking tackles, and he gets another 12-yard run on the first down. Jesus Christ. And now they'll have 8 shots to punch it in because they got a 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line. Yeah, so Pittsburgh's just going to be playing catch-up all fucking night. You're putting the pressure on yourself. Missed tackle. Missed tackle. And they bring him down. Good God, guys. From the 12, 1st and 10. And they'll run it again because, well, why the hell not? Because the Steelers can't stop it. Hayward on the stop there. Bringing down Chase Edmonds, former Arizona Cardinal, who won at home this past Thursday night for the first time in about a year, defeating the Saints in a shootout on Thursday Night Football compared to the low-scoring games we've had previous. 2nd and 9, a bootleg, and Tua going to pump fake, tuck it, and run. And then Devin Bush brings him down. Should have picked him up a little bit and slammed him harder. See if he'd hit his head or back again. But 3rd down from what, about the 6? And Tua just lowers his head, and then Bush makes the tackle, sort of spun him, but refs are letting him play. That's a clean tackle to begin with. I'm surprised, to be honest with you, though, especially with being 2, they didn't throw a flag. But 3rd and 4 from the 6. Slant over the middle, caught, boom, big hit, Minka Fitzpatrick. 10 from Mostert. Definitely surprised they didn't throw a flag on that. But, yeah, let him play like it's 1972 tonight for the fuck of it. Incomplete. And, yeah, 4th and 4, and they'll kick the field goal. Former Dolphin, Minka Fitzpatrick. Boom. Lowers the shoulder. That's a clean hit. And Edmonds right there too. So Sanders on for the chip shot field goal. Officially 24 yards. Can't get really much closer than this. Kicks up, kicks good. So Miami leads at 10-zip with 5:20 or 5:32 to play in this first quarter. Steelers ball when we return. We'll see if they can, move it a little bit more than 8 yards and take a minute off the clock or not before they have to punt again. But, down 10, and we'll see what they do here. But Tua now officially, as, Pittsburgh really doesn't have any stats. Pickett's 0-1, and Najee has 2 carries, 7 yards officially. Tua now 7-9, 93 yards passing and that touchdown. And then Mostert has 5 carries, 36 yards rushing. So keeps it up. Can't stop the run, which they can't to begin with entering the night. Might be a long game. Waddle, 45 yards receiving. Hill, 23 yards. Secchi, catch for 18. 10-zip, 5:32 to play. So, still a lot of football left once again, but man, just not a good start for Pittsburgh once again. Just what can you do? They got to get out of the hole they're already digging themselves. It's like, no doubt about it, a big win. Last week, wins won the 2-4, but they're not necessarily still hungover from that. Miami's just playing good on offense. They can't stop them, and, that's that. So we'll go from there and see what the hell happens. But there's really right now really not much else to be said. So I'll leave it at that. But as we continue on this commercial break, back to the action momentarily, just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media, links in the description below. Yep.
The Dolphins head coach the last 3 years, winning record the last 2 of those years, get fired after last season, and then a few weeks later he filed a lawsuit against the Dolphins and the NFL, charging racial discrimination in the hiring process around the league. Based on the legal proceedings came last month, the league rejected Flores' push to keep the lawsuit out of arbitration. He wants an open court, the NFL does not.
Yeah, because they don't want to lose. The NFL doesn't want the bad publicity. So Miami kicks off. And a touchback. 1st and 10 from the 25 for Pittsburgh again. Come on, Pickett. Fake the give, Najee, roll out, complete to Freiermuth, and Pat to the 32, 33-yard line. You hear not the Heath chants, but the Muth chants for 88. Yep. 2 Penn State tight ends tonight. Mike Gesicki to Pat Freiermuth. As Steeler Nation always travels well regardless of where they're playing. Playing on the fucking moon, let alone Mars or Jupiter, and Steelers will still have fans there. 2nd and 3 from the 31.5. Zach Gentry, the other tight end in motion. Connor Hayward made plays last week too. Pickett out of the gun looking to throw. 2nd and 3, another deep ball near side and picked off. Receiver fell. Chase Claypool makes the tackle. God fucking damn it. He just tripped and fell. They wanted a flag for a PI, and they're not going to get it. See a replay. He just fucking fell. God damn it. I don't mind taking the deep shots, but that's the same go route you just ran in your last drive. I mean, they obviously think they can hit it. That's why they went back to it. But then they didn't. They can't because he just threw a pick. And now Miami's going to try to capitalize off this turnover. And they lead even more, already with a 10-point lead. At 10-zip, make it 13-17 nothing here. I mean, the only good thing going for the Steelers right now is they'll get the ball to begin the second half. Just fucking ridiculous. Like, how do you always put yourself in this spot? How do you always put the pressure on yourself? When you don't need to be doing that. You need to be putting the pressure on whoever you're playing, your opponent. I don't mind the play call. It's just, he fucking fell and, the defender's right there to pick it off. So it's not on Pickett. It's more on Claypool than anything else. Like I said, they obviously think they can hit with that play because it's the same go route they ran on third down. And then it was incomplete. They punted. Miami got the field goal. Second play of the next drive, they go right back to it, and then it gets picked off because the fucking receiver falls down. So maybe third time will be the charm once they do it again at some point in time later on the night, because they probably fucking will. Or maybe, if it ain't tonight, it's next week. Or, I mean, like I've said, all right. Honestly, with Miami's quarterback situation, this is going back a couple weeks now. Before the Buffalo game, with a 4-game stretch, coming up with the Bills, Buccaneers, Dolphins, and Eagles next week for the bye week. The Miami game and the Tampa game, 1-2, and then a tie for third with Buffalo and Philly, how good they are, would be the most winnable games for the Steelers. And then they lose to Buffalo, they beat Tampa, here we are tonight, but, looking ahead, they're going to be anywhere from 4-4 to 2-6 in 2 weeks. Here's a replay. He didn't trip. He got fucking held from behind, and that's what made him trip. That's a fucking missed call. And they got a step on, and then they pick it off. That's a missed call by the officials, but it looks in live time though like he fell down, so no call, which for now I can live with. But they got to make a stop on defense, 1st and 10. Edmonds on the toss, and he gets under 12 yards. Can they stop him for less than 12 yards on a fucking run tonight or not? Jesus Christ. Good God. Can't stop the fucking pass. Can't do either, or yourself. Can you rely on your special teams other than the return game when you get touchbacks? As long as they can keep themselves in it. They're down early here, but next couple of drives here, if they can get in field goal range, get some points, and then get rolling, they should be all right. But they got to get some stops here on defense to start off. Another first down for Miami. Jesus Christ. They're already hands on hips and fucking tying their shoes. And this is Pittsburgh's 5th game, trailing by 10-plus points this year. It's week 7. They're 2-4. They played 6 games. Tua looking to throw. Going to go deep down the middle. Wide opens Waddle the 25-yard line. And then Jack ends up getting credited with the tackle as he touched him as he was down. So 1st and 10, Miami again. 1, 2, 3. 3 plays in a row. Make it 4, 5, 6, and 10-point lead. Another first down for the Dolphins. God. Yeah, it's called running the football and open up play action. And they're picking them apart. Man the fuck up. and then lob it to Giuseppe, incomplete. But talked about, pressure earlier, and then they brought up perfection with the 72 Dolphins. But, like, Pussy's also another good one this evening. That, like, they need to show some fucking fight because they're not, and they're playing just like that. So, just pathetic. 2nd and 10. Waddle in the backfield. And 2 over the middle. Picked. Oh, fuck. Levi Wallace. You had it. Incomplete. Almost had the INT. Shit. Incomplete 3rd and 10. So Miami lucks out. Intended for Hill. Pass was a little behind. Or a little high, excuse me. And he hit him right in the hands and bobbled and then almost picked off and falls incomplete. So 3rd and 10 from the 23. Near side out of the gun. I mean, they don't convert. They're in field goal range. That's a false start in left tackle. Over the middle, caught, incomplete. All right, so they get the hell off the field on defense. So even with the turnover, they're going to force a field goal here, but they're still going to be down 13 if he makes it. Watch the left tackle. 72 got a little bit of an early jump, but I'll take the incomplete on 3rd and down and 10 rather than make it 3rd and 15 and they get another shot at it. So incomplete. Sanders made from, 25? This from 41. Good, of course, with an extra point as well, so. This field goal's up. This field goal's also good. So Miami leads it 13-0. And we still have 2:27 in the opening quarter. So, like, Miami, 3 drives, 13 points. Right now, I'm not necessarily looking unstoppable. That was their first drive. Their last 2 drives, though, they've had to settle for 3. So, it could be as bad as 21-0 right now. So, take it while you can get it, even though it shouldn't be this bad right now to begin with. But at the same point in time, Pittsburgh really ain't doing much themselves, and then shoot themselves in the foot with a turnover and, can't stop them on defense. So, I mean, what else can you say? Because you can't, really ask for much else if you're Miami right now. But, once again, here we go. The Steelers are down, and they're going to have to find a way to, come back and dig themselves out the grave they're in and, find a way to get back in this game and hopefully win it. So, yeah, but we'll see what it gives. Hopefully they do win, because if they don't, and Miami does win, I ain't going to fucking get the end until next time they play. But what can you do? Just got to get stops on defense, man. You got to, offensively run the football. Just get a few first downs. You got to get some rhythm. You got to get some momentum build up. And then you got to execute off of that. You got to capitalize. You got to put points on the board. You can't be, getting shut out like this. 10-plus points now in 5 or 6 games in week 7. Like, just, what the fuck? Like, something needs to, not going to change, but something just needs to happen, for them to get out of the slump. Like, they need a spark. It was Kenny Pickett coming in the second half against the Jets, and then they still end up losing the game because they couldn't stop the fucking run. But then the play calling beforehand, they shouldn't have been throwing when they were. As they show off Kenny Pickett's career from Jersey, committed to play for Matt Rule at Temple, but then went to Pitt, and, Heisman finals last year and first round pick by the Steelers this past year in the draft. And, the biggest thing for me, not necessarily just as a Penn State fan, but I'm a Steelers fan too, through and through. Blue and white and black and gold, they had died, but at the same point, I didn't want to, because they didn't draft Marino back in '83, I didn't want to have them make the same mistake of not drafting him just to draft him then. to make up for it. He was good. He was the only quarterback drafted in the first round until Malik Willis went in round 3. And he still hasn't seen the field in Nashville for the Titans, who are getting a new stadium. But third drive here, hopefully it's a charm. Another touchback, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 25-yard line. But down 13, got 3 timeouts and 2:27 to play in this first quarter. But just find a running game, get a few first downs. You got to get a spark. You got to get some rhythm and momentum built up, and then go from there. And I mean, he's going to be throwing now because they're down, but you still got to stick to your game plan. Don't let it get, too far away from you. And don't get full of yourself and, abandon the run. They will run it with Najee Harris. He'll get 4 yards, so 2nd and 6 coming up. Stick with it, You're not, buried and covered over yet with the grave you dug yourself, but it will be closing in on before too long if you can't find a way to get out, if that makes sense. But 2nd down and 6 here for Pittsburgh from the 28, and Pickett bubble screen complete. Young Johnson's got a decent block on 2nd and 6, gets about 4, so make it 3rd and 2. No doubt about it. But they still got to find a running game, and they have Jalen Warren backing them up, who's a reliable number 2 in his rookie year as well. 3rd and 2, they'll fake the give, quick pass, complete, Freiermuth. Good play call. Quick, nice stiff arm, and they get the first down. So there's their first down of the night. You just got to, stick with it. Keep going, Yeah, Miami with a fast start. Pittsburgh, hey, slow and steady wins the race. Like I said, just don't let this, get too far away from you. Pickett and his 2 gloves passes to a man who wears 2 8s on his uniform, Pat Freiermuth, and they get the Steelers first down from the 41. And they will give to Deontay Johnson on the end around. He gets about 3, maybe 4 yards as well. So another, 2nd and 6, 2nd and 7, and then 3rd and short. They're not going to have to snap if they don't want to here at the end of the quarter. Got about 30 seconds, but unless I try to draw them off, I doubt they'll snap it. But at the same point in time, they might, because they probably will, knowing them. 2nd and 7 officially from the 44. Pickett under center. Gunner in motion. And they'll hand off Jalen Warren. And he gets about 3, maybe 4 yards as well. But that'll do it for the opening quarter. So Pittsburgh will have about a 3rd and 4 to begin the second quarter of play. But they trail at Miami here tonight on Sunday Night Football. The Dolphins lead the Steelers 13-0. So 6-minute game. Sometimes some fans of fan bases, think they win at the end of the first, second, or third quarter, or let alone at the end of, September, when it's a long game and a long season. But 13-0 here at the end of 1. Pickett, 3 of 5, 18 yards, does have the interception. Najee has 3 carries, 11 yards rushing. But 2 of 8 of 13, a buck 11, a touchdown as well. That's to Mostert, who also has 5 carries, 36 yards rushing. So, Steelers, just in general, got to find a groove. But no doubt about it, they're still in it. But at the same point in time, if they continue to turn it over, if they continue not being able to stop the run and not stop the pass, they're going to be in for it. And, you might as well turn it off and go to bed. But first Steeler make that second Steeler primetime road game of the year. They went to Cleveland on Thursday night last month, about a month ago. And technically lost by 12, but they lost by 6. But they couldn't stop the run that night either. So, say even something would happen again to two, like Bridgewater's coming in. You know, Jacoby Brissett has been filling in for Deshaun Watson. They're going to need him back here before, too long, because Cleveland started good, but, they sort of fell off the face of the earth again. But Dak did return for the Cowboys earlier today, too, I might add. But also, with that being said, didn't matter who the quarterback was because they still made plays, but they still were able to run the football. Quarterback's best friend, no doubt about it, one's a strong offensive line, but 2 a running game, and then 3 to your tight end. And it's National Tight End Day. And both Freiermuth and Jaceki have a few catches, so we are. But 3rd and 4, they'll flip ends, and Claypool in motion. Pickett looking to throw, going to step up, tuck it, and run, but as he dives, he's going to be about a half yard short, 4th down, and about half yard, maybe 4th and 1. And, yeah, they're going to go for this? Yeah, they will at midfield, 4th and 1. Yeah, 4th and 1 for sure. They'll hand off. Jalen Warren bulldozes his way, 1st down, Pittsburgh. So, all right, 1 of 1 on 4th down. Another 1st down for Pittsburgh. That's, another spark. And the more sparks you have, the bigger the fire you're going to have. So, starting to get a little smoky on offense here as well. And, where there's smoke, there's fire. Hopefully they can burn this Miami defense and score some points and cut this lead here as we begin the second quarter. Pickett fakes the give, looking to throw, dumps it off Najee Harris, and spins out past 40, gets a 1st down. All right, there's 12, 13 yards themselves. They're starting to find life, no doubt about it. Just got to keep it going. You got to find some balance. You got to find some consistency. You got to build up this momentum and rhythm and capitalize off of it. You got to cut this lead. Yeah, so he juked and then spun and was hitting all the buttons on every controller and got a Steeler 1st down. Zach Gentry in motion. And Pickett going to hand off Najee Harris again, and good hole and a 4-yard run. And the more you run it, the more, 3, 4, 5-yard runs you get. Eventually, you're hopefully going to break one, and hopefully they can run the football tonight, because they sure as hell can't stop it, let alone just make stops in general on defense for that matter. So, 2nd and 6 again. Yep. You got to start somewhere. You got to have a foundation. 2nd and 7, Claypool in motion, and Pickett will fake the give, looking to 11, dumps it off to him, and Claypool on 2nd and 7 gets about, we'll say 5.5, 6, more like 4. Bad spot, be 3rd and 3. And reportedly Claypool's on the trade block, so take that for what it's worth. Who knows if they deal him or not, but 3rd and 3 for the Steelers. 12:08 to counting in this first half. Down 13 at Miami, 13-0. Already had a few big 3rd and 4th down conversions on this drive. Why not one more? Why not a couple more until you get the end zone? 3rd and 3, pass incomplete, intended for Deontay Johnson. And here has to come number 9, the Wizard of Oz, Chris Boswell, for a field goal. So at least they were able to get in field goal range, like I said a little bit ago. Get a few 1st downs, kick it, cut this lead. So from where are they? 27, 28 yard line, add 10, another 7 or 8. 45, 46 yard field goal. Boswell's field goal up, and Boswell field goal is good. So Pittsburgh gets on the board with a field goal. 11:44 to play in the half. They cut the lead back to 10. But that 10 could be a critical number if they just keep cutting. More wood you chop, more wood you're going to have to burn, but you're also getting burnt yourself. So don't make yourself play catch up all night. All right. Make them eat hunts when Acrisure Stadium still Heinz Field. You're still putting the pressure on yourself when they need to be putting the pressure on them. But, good drive. Third drive was a charm for a field goal. So, take it while you can. But same point in time, man, just no doubt about it. We're like 6 on that. But you got to start somewhere. Every game other than one for them has been decided by 6 points or less. Because I ain't counting that last touchdown for Cleveland a month ago as time expired. They lost by 3 a week after they won by 3 week 1. Lost by 4 and then won by 2 last week. So a lot of close games, but in those games, they were down early, because as they showed the stat, 5 of the 6 games so far this year have been down by at least 10 plus points or more. And then they get some field goals before halftime. And then that's their spark. And then, come late second quarter, early third, early second half into the fourth quarter, go as deep as you possibly can. Hopefully they can run the football and stop it, but they, once they still can. Just got to capitalize off of something. Got to, once again, start somewhere. But you have a turnover. Now you got to get a turnover from them. Even that out. They have a field goal. Maybe you get a field goal and, cancel it out for that matter at that point. But then you'd still be down. But, of course, you'd like to, as Miami's 2 field goal drives after touchdown 3. Could have settled for a drive as well. Next time, you want more every time. See if they can, score more points here this evening or not. But this was actually the final score, 13-3 at the 0-4 game. And Roethlisberger's first start, late September, in a hurricane, I might add, on Monday Night Football. And here tonight on Sunday Night Football, we got a 1st and 10 for Miami at the 25-yard line. So they showed off the Miami offense and the Steeler defense, right? Do they show off the Miami defense? Because I know they showed off the Steeler offense. Because I don't think they did. Or maybe they did and I just missed it or don't remember. Doesn't matter. Everybody on the 53 that's active can play tonight. 1st and 10 from the 25. Oh, got to turn around a little faster. That's an interception. But got the hand up. It's batted down, incomplete. 2nd and 10. Good coverage. Yeah. That's where it starts at up front. Offensive and defensive line. Got to be able to block to run, open up the pass. Pressure. Like I said, you got to start somewhere for Pittsburgh tonight. You got to have that foundation. And they had a good running game on that drive. Pickett made some plays. Pass complete from Tua to number 14 for 7. Make it 8. So 3rd and short. Oh my God. Mike McDaniel is pretty cool. He's got that. He does seem geeky, but I mean, aren't we all to an extent? 3rd and 3. You got to give credit where credit's due. And he's shown, play calling wise, you know, he can scheme shit up on you. That's why defensively you got to make stops. Mostert in motion and pass complete, first down. Dolphins, Sherfield on back-to-back receptions. And another 1st and 10 for MIA. They're not missing in action. They're up 10 again, but the Steeler defense, man, just got to get some fucking stops. Jesus Christ. Yeah, everybody ran short, simple slants, and everybody's wide open. He could have went to Gesicki over the middle and got a first down on that too. But 1st and 10 for Miami, 10-20 and counting to play in the half. Play clock winding down at 5. We'll see if they burn another timeout or not. Motion man under centers to it, and he'll hand off. And about a 3, maybe 4-yard run. 2nd down and 7. It's been Raheem Mostert, running back from Miami. It's been Najee Harris, running back from Pittsburgh. Man, just if only they had a running game and were able to stop it. 2nd and 7. And fake the give. Over the middle, incomplete. Another good coverage by Levi Wallace. Back once again in his first game from injury. Was out last week as he suffered a concussion against his former team, the Bills, a few weeks ago. But with, Witherspoon out, Minka's in the back end. Of course, still got Cam Sutton at corner as well. But, as Joe Hayden retired, they signed Levi Wallace in free agency. As Pittsburgh actually this past year did a lot in the offseason, surprisingly, compared to what they normally do with spending money. Pass incomplete on 3rd and 7, so the Steeler defense, as the ball is tipped, almost caught those still, but I think he still would have been short. But the Steeler defense gets the hell off the field. Miami's going to have to punt now for the first time tonight. And we'll see if, the Steeler punt return, along with the offense, can do something off of this and, cut this lead again. Another field goal, make it a 7-point game, or a touchdown and make it a 3-point game. Hell, block the fucking field goal. Block the punt, excuse me. And make sure Miami doesn't block your field goal, because you'll probably have to settle for 3. Gunner from the 12 on the return, former Patriot. Nowhere to go. They bring him down. 9:19 to play in the half. They'll take a break. But, Gunner, Olszewski, as they pronounce it. Back receiving punts again because Steven Sims is out. Gunner did lose his job there for a couple weeks because of, some miscues, and rightfully so. But fair catch there, and Pittsburgh's got a 1st and 10 from the 12-yard line, down 10 here with under 10 to play in the half. Like I said, though, a good thing going for them still, really, even with that last field goal. They got a few first downs, got in field range, kicked it, is that they're going to get the ball to the second half. Keep that in mind as down 10 right now, 13-3. Maybe drive and, score here with a field goal or a touchdown. Just continue to cut the lead, 13-6, 13-10. Maybe score again early 3rd quarter. They really haven't, though, at all yet this year. But at the same point in time, man, just do something, Like I said, once again, the more you chop, the more you cut, the more sparks you get, the bigger fire you're going to have. I know that might sound cliche, but it's fucking true. They just need to find some more momentum, more rhythm. And if, once again, they can put it all together, they're going to be okay. But it seems like the defense stepped up a little bit. I mean, stopping the runs there, but it's not. They're more so than not covering a little bit better, more incomplete passes on these last two Dolphin drives, than they had, combined in the first 3 or 4 drives of the game. As Tua's looked pretty good in his return. But, yeah, we'll see what they do here on offense, and we'll go from there. But life without Big Ben. Yeah. Mike Tomlin wears his sunglasses at night. As Pittsburgh still has not had a losing season, I might add, since 2003. But move on with Kenny Pickett. Yeah, Trubisky as well, who last week came in and, touchdown and they won the game. But Trubisky backing him up as he got 3 starts to begin the year, and then they bench him at halftime in the Jet game, and Pickett comes in and still lose that game. He gets his first start 2 weeks ago. Lose that as well. Fake the give. Tight end screen, Zach Gentry, but he's going to lose about 4 yards back to the 10, so 2nd and 14. But even with Pickett getting his first home start last week, technically he won the game in his first ever home start. Even though he went out with an injury late, Trubisky had to come in and, save the day. They won as a team. It was a team sport, team game, I in team, so, I'm sure he could care less about that, but just got to, once again, momentum and rhythm, and second and long, but still early. I know you're down 10 again, or at least still you are. Hopefully that'll change, but, as he goes deep, far side, wide open, George Pickens out past 35 to the 40, first down, Pittsburgh. Like I said at the start, this game, potentially for playoff seeding, if it comes down to it, could determine if you're in or out. So we'll have to keep an eye on that later on in the year, depending on what happens here tonight. But, Pittsburgh in division, I know, both Baltimore and Cincinnati are at the top. Pittsburgh's there with Cleveland at the bottom. But, Pittsburgh's only played one divisional opponent. This is their 4th game against AFC East. They're 0-3 against that division so far this year, winless. So you're going to try to, win at least one against the 4 here tonight against Miami. But long story short, if they can, sync up, they could potentially go on a run and win some games here. Even with, as tough as it, has looked, bye weeks right at a perfect time, and you just got to keep it simple, man, especially for a rookie quarterback, and that's what, with a running game, if you have it, it's going to help out tremendously, extremely well. But now 2nd and 6, pass complete to Freiermuth. So here we go, 7.5 to play in the half as we're midway through the second quarter. So they got 3 timeouts, a 2-minute warning, down 10. You can do some damage here. You can cut this lead and score again early third quarter, and it's a whole new ball game then early third. Hand off Najee, and to the 47, 48-yard line he goes. It'll be third down, another 2.5, 3 yards. Make it 3rd and 2. I wouldn't mind taking a deep shot. I want it, but just get the first down. And they do just that. 5-yard reception on a comeback far side of Deontay Johnson. So, first down, Pittsburgh. Pickett once again looking to throw near side, complete. Pickens again to the 40. He goes for make it 2nd down and medium. Sometimes he says. Just work the sticks. Keep moving the ball. That's all it takes. And then sometimes less is more. Pickett once again looking to throw. Another first down. Pickens. That Pickett to Pickens connection. And the Pickett to Pat Freiermuth here as they near the red zone. Over the middle, National Tight End Day. Why don't you hit him in the end zone for 6?
Watch him. They told me he was a really good pass protector. Watch this. Dong. That's perfect, right? I mean, believe me, Mike Tomlin has
And Pickens is wide open. He's wearing some sort of custom socks as well. Gunner in motion. They'll run an end around of him. Double reverse. Here comes Claypool near side. And then he'll luckily get about a yard or two, but there's a flag on the play, and it'll be coming back for a hold. God fucking damn it. Hold, 10 yards, replay it down. Maybe a legal block in the back. Yep, legal block in the back on the Steelers. On Najee Harris, they'll replay first down. God damn. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Yeah.
The Miami Dolphins, when they got backed up or got a penalty, had a negative play, no problem, right? They find one of those receivers and they go down the field. Pittsburgh Steelers.
So for 20. Yeah. They'll probably run a fucking draw here, get second and whatever. Hopefully about 12 or 10. And then get back to it. Pickett's actually going to throw. Dumps it all over the middle, caught by Claypool. All right, he gets the penalty yardage back. And it'll be second down and sort of what it was.
Yeah, this offensive line's having a nice night so far. I was concerned with all that we might see. Could these guys really hold up in here on the inside? But so far, they've really been almost perfect. We knew what the Dolphins
Yeah, looking at his reads and comes back over the middle to Claypool and take what the defense gives you. Now they got a 2nd and 9 from the 35. Deontay Johnson in motion. They'll toss near side to Najee. He's going to go nowhere. So they push him out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and long. Come on. All right. 3rd and about what? 12, 13. Get a first down if you can, but if not, you're going to be in field goal range and kick it. Be from, about 50. But why not go deep? Why not take a deep shot here? 3rd and 12. Over the middle to your damn tight ends. Jalen Warren in the ball game. On the right, down the left, the gun. Kenny Pickett going to step up. He's going to tuck it and run. Kenny Pickett going to get a first down and slide to the 20. First down, Steelers. As he sort of holds on to the ball and takes a little bit of a bow. Under 3 to play in this first half. And confidence. And he ain't going to put up with shit. The pocket collapsed. Nobody's open. He tucks it and runs, and he's got green grass in front of him and gets first down. First down, Steelers. Now you got to capitalize off this. So you got to score a touchdown. I'll still settle for 3 if it comes down to it, but you got to score a fucking touchdown, please. 1-2, 1st and 10. Pickett going to hand off. Najee Harris. He breaks a tackle. First down to the 10. 1st and goal. And that'll take us a 2-minute warning as Steeler Nation coming alive. South Beach turning into a home game. They're going to go hurry up here, but they don't need to snap it. 1st and goal at the 10. Do not snap it. No, they do. Jesus Christ. Hand off Najee. All right. To the 7 for 3. Got 2nd and goal from there. 1:55 to play, the 2-minute warning officially, and still got 3 timeouts. You got to score a touchdown to cut this lead. And then I might add, Pittsburgh is getting the ball to begin the second half. So wash out come the second half, 3rd, 4th quarter. This is going to be a whole new ball game compared to how it was. Because it's not how you fucking start, it's how you finish. And I've tried to tell people this before. Some have listened, some haven't. Especially after a 3-0 Dolphins start and then losing 3 in a row. Pittsburgh 1-0, 4 straight losses, win last week. Here we are tonight. But got to score a touchdown now, man. You got to score a touchdown. Got to punch it in for 6. You got to get that momentum on your side, and it seems like it's starting to switch. It seems like, they're building up all those sparks, and they're going to have a big South Beach bonfire on the beach tonight. But that's only, of course, if there's a W in the win-loss column, Maybe roast some Dolphins. Shouldn't say that because I don't want the fucking WWF or Pete on my fucking ass. So I guess I'll reset what I just said. 2-minute warning, $1:55 to play in the half. Steelers second and goal at the 7, down 10, but hoping to punch for a touchdown here. This lead. We'll see if we're going to smell what these offenses are cooking tonight, but as long as it's a W, that's all that matters. So second goal, Pittsburgh from the 7. Still got 3 timeouts. But at the same point in time, you really don't want to give Miami any time, if you do end up scoring. So, second goal, third and goal, unless Miami calls timeouts, I'd work some clock if you don't punch it in here. Claypool in motion. And Pickett on a fade. Caught. George Pickens, touchdown, Pittsburgh. Boom. And they're right back in it. Because once again, it ain't how you start. It's how you finish. But, hell, we're not even midway through this game. But as much as I don't like a fade, that time it did connect. And 1-2 and held on to it, touchdown. Here comes Boswell for the extra point, and I'm sure some Dolphin fans right now are getting a little antsy. Touchdown. Yep. Extra point up and good. 13-10. $1:50 to play. So one play after the 2-minute warning, they score. Pickett. 13 of 16, 98 yards. Does have the interception. That's the difference right now because Miami has a field goal, else would be tied at 10. Touchdown to George Pickens there. Najee Harris does have 8 carries, 30 yards rushing. Pickett, 2 of 19. And then receiving, George Pickens leads the team. 4 catches, 47 yards and a score. And then everybody else has 2-3 catches apiece. Deontay Johnson for 10 yards. Claypool for 15 yards. And Freiermuth has 18 yards receiving. Najee Harris also has to catch for 12 yards out of the backfield, I might add, as well. Tua going to get the ball back, 10 of 18, $123 and a touchdown. Mostert has 39 yards rushing. Edmonds, 13. And then Joe and Waddle leads Miami in receiving with 63 yards. So we'll update more of those at halftime. Also recap what happened in the NFL earlier today. Also preview next week, so stay tuned for that. But 13-10 here, Miami getting the ball back. They got 2 timeouts, so do something here before halftime. Yeah, I'm sure you could argue that, but they said touchdown on the field. They looked at it. They still said touchdown, so it's touchdown. Yeah, it's touchdown. Return from the 5-yard line. They muff it. Pittsburgh, get on it. Okay, they bring them down to 14. They're right there to recover that. But Miami ball, 1st and 10, $1:46 and 2 timeouts. Swear to God, I'm fucking bugged, Mike Tirico. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Collinsworth is right. He hasn't taken a hit yet. So, talked about pressure earlier. Steeler defense revving up. Need to get after him. They'll bring 4 here. And 2 is over the middle. Pass caught. And Millette getting burnt along with Edmonds. So, they had good games, sort of last week. They're still missing Witherspoon. But Minka's there. I mean, Levi Walls has played good tonight, but where's Pierre at and where's Cortland Sutton at as well? Better catch than it was throw, but still first down, so that's all that matters. Handoff, and Miami now the minute 1 and counting. Now under a minute. Second down after a run there. They're going to try to score a touchdown if they can now, but we might have to settle for 3, depending on what happens here on this play and potentially the next play. Tua looking to throw, going to step up, tuck it, and run. Slides and gets a first down. I don't know why the fuck he slid. He, could go another 5 yards after getting the first down. He 3rd is. Dumbass. And they'll hand off. Got a late whistle and a flag. They call a timeout. Delay game, false start. What do we got?
Without taking the timeout, but you mess it up.
2 timeouts, running clock. In fact, he's in a 10-second runoff that might be
False start on the Dolphins. So rather than 3rd and inches, because he slid 3rd and 1, make it 3rd and 6 because of the penalty. And rather than 10-second runoff, Miami going to burn a timeout, so they'll have 1 left with 23 seconds rather than 13 seconds and a 3rd and 6. Because they're starting to get now, or have to get at least a good 15, 20 yards to get a field goal here. So they actually add 3 seconds back, 26 seconds in the timeout. Miami up 3, 13-10 here. 3rd and 6 from 49. Big 3rd down because Pittsburgh, they're going to stop, call timeout, potentially get the ball back. 2 timeouts and 15, 20 seconds or so. But then turn the fuck around, Arthur Millette. Jesus Christ. You turn around, you pick it off, but Hill makes the catch, and Miami's got a first down. God damn. Miami has to burn the 3rd and final timeout now. So tackle him inbounds. As George Pickens sitting on the sideline is going to be a meme. But 1st and 10, Dolphins. 21 seconds, no timeouts, but they're up 3. They're going to try to score once again here if they still can. But they had him on 36 and couldn't get off the field. Got to turn that. I mean, I get Hill's a good player, but you got to watch his eyes. He's looking for the ball. Get your arms up and, force the incompletion. Knock it down. Knock it away from him. But for whatever reason, he just... And he was lucky they didn't call a fucking flag on him. Because if he would have been any closer and had some contact, that's a DPI, defense pass interference. Because then if he would have turned around, they wouldn't have called it. But when you don't turn around and you're playing the defender other than the ball, that's a penalty. So turn the hell around and play the fucking ball for God's sake. Jesus Christ. Good 3rd down conversion for Miami. Bad 3rd down for Pittsburgh on defense because he couldn't get off the field when they should have. But, he lobbed it up for Hill and he, got it and good first down. They got to burn the 3rd and final timeout. So they're, because of that penalty, because he slid, they're probably wishing they still had that extra one in their back pocket. And all right, get a few more yards, No timeouts in 21 seconds. You might get 3 plays if you're lucky. With that 3rd play being a field goal, crush them on. I mean, really 2 plays, but if you get out of bounds, all right, you might be able to do something, but what will probably happen, I bet any money, unless Pittsburgh can get a turnover, which I highly doubt. Never say never, though. Never know. Is that Miami? Where are they right now? Inside the 30. They're in field goal range, and at that point, they'll run a pass here and then probably run a draw, and then they'll get up there and clock it, depending on the down, 3 seconds and kick a field goal, unless they score a touchdown, of course. That's what I do. But you got to use the sideline here for Miami. Of course, it's a friend in this situation with no timeouts, 21 seconds, 1st and 10. From the 28 officially, yes. 2 out of the gun, empty set. You right here. Trips in a bunch near side, but Gesicki, as Tua goes deep near side, is picked off. Oh, he dropped it incomplete. Sutton had it, and Norwood. That's 2 balls almost picked off by the Steeler defense. So 3rd time will be the charm later in the second half. Talked about turnovers. Pittsburgh's turned it over once. Watch for Tua to throw an interception late in the game now. They're going to get him. They're getting that pressure. Some throws have been underthrown. And then almost picked off by Levi Wallace. Almost picked off by Cam Sutton, on that play. Cortland plays for the Broncos as they played without Russ today at home against the Jets, and we'll get to that update along with everything else that happened. That's a delay of game. They don't have a timeout. That's a 10-second runoff, 5 seconds. They got to fucking rush the field goal unit on now. Delay game. Did I say false start, delay game? It's still 5-yard penalty, 1st down. How's that not a 10-second runoff? They're going to have to kick it right now. 2nd and 15? No? They get 1 play. Back of the 33, so, 50 yards? Tua, pass caught, gets out of bounds to the 30. So 3rd down and 11 seconds. They got 1 more play here. You got to tackle him in the bounds, though. But Tua, they'll probably run him around and he'll heave it, but he'll probably end up throwing it away. Save some, not time, but just so they don't lose any yards. Or if time doesn't run out on them, for that matter. Because they're not running it here, 3rd and 12. Or if they do, they better get the fuck out of bounds. For another screen, you don't, want to do anything over the middle, but Pittsburgh defense, tackle them in bounds. Yeah, another screen, Mostert gets out, 2-yard pass, so 7 seconds, they'll kick it on 4th down. So, good from 24, good from 45, or 41, Boswell's field goes for 45. This officially, they say 48? Give or take. 47 yards from the 29-yard line to end the half, basically, with 7 seconds. Kick up. Kick. Good. So after all of that, all right, Miami gets a field goal. Up 6, 16-10. They'll have to kick off. They'll squib it. Pittsburgh not calling a timeout in the first half, but they'll get the ball to begin the 3rd quarter down 6. So another field goal will cut it. Another field goal, tie if they, stop them. But, we need a touchdown. We need to take this lead at one point or another here tonight. So 16-10. Yeah. It's all it takes is finding a way. When there's a will, there's a way. No. Not much. Yeah, they have. Another slow start, but they got rolling. I can agree with that to an extent. Yeah. That's the other thing, too. When they get Watt back on this defense, they squib it. He did practice in warm-ups as okay, he went down with an injury week 1, 4-6 weeks, but also gets his knee scoped. On top of that, extend that timeline a little bit. I heard some people saying he might be back next week. We'll see. They got a bye week, though, after that. I'd probably think when New Orleans rolls in a few weeks, mid-November, that's probably when TJ Watt's returning. But yeah, that's what I said earlier. If they can click, put it all together, just watch out because the potential is there. They got to find a running game, though. They sort of have it. They've sort of been able to stop them now. They're going to get to Tua and force a turnover or two in the second half, mark my words, because they're this close. So watch out for potential Tua Tagovailoa turnover in the second half, whether it's strip sack, fumble, and interception. Special teams really ain't playing that much of a factor. But, I mean, really the difference right now is the Pickett interception, in which Miami has a field goal off of. So they, touchdown early, hot start, but then 3 field goals for the Dolphins since. When, if those 3 field goals are touchdowns, they're up 18 right now, 28-10 at halftime rather than 16-10. So, all right, Pittsburgh's, still there. Could be a hell of a lot worse than it is. And they're starting to play good offensively and getting stops on defense. And that's why I said defensively, watch out for a turnover or two from the Steelers defense in the second half. Because 2 is eventually going to make a mistake. Continue to stop the run, no doubt about it. Got to find a running game, still more yourself as well, even though Najee Harris does have 30-yard rushing at this point. But the difference in this game is the Pickett turnover that Miami capitalized with the field goal off of. And they, of course, hit the field goal before halftime. So it's 16-10 when it could be, 13-10, let alone tied up at 10. But the Finns lead the Steelers at halftime here tonight on Sunday Football. 16-10, your score. Once again, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coy and Luke 96. Thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Dolphins. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As Kenny Pickett is officially 13 of 16, 98 yards passing, the interception, and the touchdown to George Pickens, who leads the team in receiving with 4 catches, 47 yards in that score. Najee Harris has 8 carries, 30 yards on the ground. Pickett 2 of 19, tucking and running. And then the same stat line as mentioned just a minute ago with Pat Freiermuth, 3 catches, 18 yards. Chase Claypool, 2 of 15. Najee Harris has a catch for 12 yards out of the backfield. And Deontay Johnson has also 2 catches for 10 yards as well. Tua Tagovailoa in his return from injury, 14 of 23, 180 yards passing and a touchdown. Mostert has 7 carries, 44 yards rushing, 3 of 13 for Edmonds, 2 of 9. But then Waddle, the Penguin, with 3 catches, 63 yards. Sherfield, a couple of big catches as well with a long of 32, but 3 of 44. Hill has 4 catches, 44 yards as well. Gesicki on a catch of 18 yards. Mostert, 3 of 12 in the score. I mean, honestly, both of these offenses this second half need to get these tight ends more involved. One is national tight end of the day to begin with, but I am this regardless because I always do watch. If you know, you know. I'm always saying to run the fucking football, play good defense, but check it down to your damn tight ends over the middle of the fucking field. And Pittsburgh, they've, sort of been able to open it up a little bit more than what they have. Pickett still doesn't have, even though he's a starter, free reins on, what to do. But at the same point in time, you just got to make a fucking play. Like, all right, it's not like he's audibling or anything like that. They sort of have a running game, but at the same time, they don't. It's got to be more balanced and more consistent. He's still got to make some plays, but he's taken what the defense has given him. He's 13 of 16, for God's sakes, almost 100 yards passing and a touchdown, all right? They've been able to move the ball a little bit better on the past few drives on offense compared to how they start, because once again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So still got another half of football to be played. It was 13-0 at the end of one, but at halftime it's 16-10 Miami. So Pittsburgh coming back in the second quarter, and they'll get the ball to begin the second half when we return. As both teams are about 50% on third down. Pittsburgh 1-1 on fourth down as well. that was the field goal drive. Third time's a charm. Sun said, okay, another touchdown. Refs are letting them play. 5 total penalties with 4 of them on Miami, but time possession split. So we'll see what gives. I think, honestly, it's going to be in a 16-10 game right now at halftime. As they show off some highlights, as, we'll,
I'm not worried about this squad.
yeah,
In fact, this
get more into that in a minute. But
this week, nobody's in
I think the difference is going to be this second half, with it being 16-10 right now,
Sure.
is turnovers. We've had 1 turnover, okay? We've had a few close calls for turnovers. I think it's going to be turnovers, but I think on top of that, we've seen Miami able to get, for the most part, first down. Having to settle for 3, though. Pittsburgh defensively forced them to 3. Keep them out of the end zone other than the opening drive. Pittsburgh with the field goal and the touchdown. So, that's sort of flip-flop, from a touchdown to 3 field goals, from a field goal to a touchdown. Keep going that way rather than, it'll even out here. They'll settle down and settle all in. But explosive plays, like 1 or 2 big plays by either of these offenses, third, fourth quarter, could, be the play we look back on when, okay, that's when the game ended up changing for good and was won for whoever is going to win this game. But it's still bending but not breaking on defense, but back to turnovers. Believe me, the Steeler defense, I do believe they'll get at least 1 off of 2 of this third, fourth quarter. But then they got to be able to capitalize off it, all right? It's one thing getting 1, but it's another with doing something with it. So if they can, get a turnover off them, which I think they will, because they've, come, close to this point, and still another half a ball to be played. Game not over by, any means just yet. Even after a slow start, they're coming back. It's, how it normally is. It seems like we'll have another fucking heart attack on our hands tonight. Just like we always do. But, another close game. Down to the wire finish. Like I said, in their 6 games thus far, officially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 6. And the Buffalo game 2 weeks ago, their last road game. Could have been a hell of a lot closer if they would have made a few more stops and got the hell off the field on defense. 5 of their 6 games, minus that blowout, have been decided by 6 points or less. It's 1 score. They're down 6 right now at halftime. All right, so we'll see what happens. But been an exciting start to the year, no doubt about it, for a few teams. It still seems like, though, no doubt about it, on top of that, everybody's middle of the pack, 3-3 entering the day. Maybe you're 4-3, 3-4 now. Some teams 5, 6, 7 wins. But actually, nobody with 7 wins just yet, because Philly 6-0 undefeated, the last unbeaten, as they've outlasted Miami, because they started 3-0, but then lost 3 in a row, and then at home tonight against Pittsburgh, honoring the 1972 team here on Sunday Football. Philly's off before they host Pittsburgh next week, and I might add, the last time Philly was undefeated, yes, they did go to the Super Bowl in 2004 before they lost to the Patriots in what could have been and probably should have been a Pennsylvania Super Bowl with the Steelers and Eagles in Jacksonville, TIAA Bank Field, down in Duval. You had end of October. The game was in Pittsburgh, I might add. A rookie quarterback in Big Ben Roethlisberger. Philly was undefeated coming off of a bye, and Pittsburgh put it to them. So keep that in mind for next week. Along with, like I said earlier, with the Phillies going to the World Series. Last time the Phillies made and won the World Series, the Steelers won the Super Bowl. So 2-4 with a lot of ball left to be played. It's a long-ass season. It's not how you start. It's how you finish. But as we take a look around the league, Week 7 began last Thursday night. Well, Monday night, tomorrow night, as Belichick will look to surpass a former Bears head coach and George Halas with 324 wins. to become the second all-time winningest coach in NFL history in the regular and postseason as well, as he'll come up behind Don Shula, the head coach of the 72 Dolphins, who has the most wins all time in NFL history as a head coach. Bears Patriots tomorrow night on Monday Night Football, but Thursday night, after a few weeks of Thursday Night Football being 12-9 in overtime and 12-7, we had a 42-34 game with the Cardinals defeating the Saints. And then earlier today, now next week, we'll have a London game at 9:30. That'll be the Broncos and Jaguars. And then in the next couple weeks that will follow, we'll have a few more early kicks along with a primetime Mexico City game of Monday Night Football, as they'll go to Germany and then down to Mexico City again. But they've already been to London twice. They'll go a third time next week. Halloween weekend, Pittsburgh at Philly at 1 o'clock. We'll have live watch-along reactions of that, and then next Sunday as well with the Packers and Bills, as Green Bay lost earlier at Washington, and then Buffalo on a bye after they defeated the Chiefs last week on the road at Arrowhead before Kansas City beat San Fran in Super Bowl 4 rematch earlier today. But speaking of earlier today, Dak Prescott returned for the Dallas Cowboys, and Big D defeated Big D from Motown, the Detroit Lions, 24-6. As both teams play today, they'll both play at home on Thanksgiving like they always do. Lions host the Bills. Giants and the Cowboys in the third game in about a month now will be the Patriots and Vikings. So that should be a damn good slate of NFL football, as we'll give thanks. Also earlier, Bengals 35-17 win at home over the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta made it, interesting nearing halftime, but then Cincinnati came out and Burrow had a day, as did a few of his receivers, and Cincinnati with an 18-point win. Another 18-point win, we saw the Panthers beat the Buccaneers 21-3, so everybody's thinking what the hell is going on with Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. Well, they're still banged up with some injuries, but, they're just not playing good. Whether it's Todd Bowles coaching, we saw we do with the Jets. They suck then, but they're just not playing good in general. Like, they just need to find a group themselves, and they'll be fine. They'll probably still win the fucking division. I did say, earlier this year, I thought coming into the year that Carolina was going to be the second best team in the NFC South behind Tampa Bay, and hell, they beat them today at home. A few weeks after they fired Matt Rule, who's going to be a hot commodity for a college gig this upcoming coaching carousel, which we've known for a few years now, if it didn't work out in the NFL. You don't believe me? Go check it out. But, Atlanta's, all right, playing good. They lost earlier. The Saints lost on the road Thursday night, and Carolina beat the Bucs. So the fucking Panthers are the lone NFC South team to win this week. So we had that game. We had the Titans beat division rival Indy 19-10. The Washington Redskins, otherwise known as the football team, now Commanders, beat the Green Bay Packers 23-21, even though Green Bay almost had the hook and ladder at the end of the game, even though there was a penalty, of course. Time expires, game's over at that point, and Washington wins it. Had the Giants also win at Jacksonville 23-17. As for myself on CBS, only one game at 1 o'clock because Fox had America's Game of the Week. No doubleheader again next week. Pittsburgh will be back on CBS at 1 o'clock at Philly for a bye week, and then we'll get into November, and they still won't play a divisional opponent until they host Cincinnati on Sunday Night Football the Sunday before Thanksgiving. But in the meantime, we kick off the second half, and Pittsburgh on the return to the 27-yard line, so 1st and 10 for Pickett. And the Pittsburgh offense, as Mike McDaniel got interviewed coming out of half, and we'll see what he had to say here. Tua is locked and loaded and ready to go. Not surprising. First halftime lead for the Dolphins since week 1. Yeah, they've been able to convert on third down. He's right. Yeah, Pittsburgh's got to convert on third down and get the hell off the field on third down. 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh, handoff Najee Harris. Nowhere to go, loses a yard, second down and 11. We'll get back to these scores in a minute. But as we begin the third quarter, Pittsburgh with a second and 11 now.
And what we did not see out of the Miami Dolphins defense in that first half was that an attacking style that they really made famous with this defense. Come right out first play and do attack.
Pickett looking to throw, and he'll get sacked back to the 12-yard line. So, not a good start to this second half, just like, they didn't start good to begin the game. God damn it. I mean, honestly, unless you want to throw deep and, switch field if you turn it over, or just incomplete and then have to punt, still switch field, hopefully, play field position, get off the field on defense. 3rd and 22, you're probably going to cut your losses here and fucking run a draw and, end up punting. Just don't turn it over. Play clock winding down. And he's looking to throw, going to run a screen. Complete Jalen Warren near side. And he'll get out to about the original line of scrimmage where this drive began at the beginning of the second half. But a minute and a half in, they're going to get the rain out and have to punt. So Miami going to get the ball back and still up 16-10 here. God damn. Rely on this defense way too fucking much. I tell you what. So from the 25, Pittsburgh on to punt on 4th down. And fair catch at the 30. Oh, he almost muffed it as he fell down. Pittsburgh right there to recover it too. But 1st and 10, Dolphins. They'll take a break. 12:48 to play in this third quarter. And it is 16-10, Miami. 1st and 10 for them when we return. But as mentioned earlier today in the NFL, for myself on CBS, I had the Browns-Ravens game, which was won by Baltimore by 3, 23-20. Cleveland had a few chances late for field goals. They missed the one and they turned it over, and then Baltimore hung on to win. As they've won at home against both divisional rivals in the Bengals and Browns by less than 3 points. And they won't play Pittsburgh at home until later on this year. I believe that's week 17, if I'm not mistaken. But no, CBS, I had that game. Fox was, in fact, Falcons-Bengals. But then Fox running with the bonus coverage this week. After Falcons-Bengals, we got to see Packers-Skins. And then after that, we go to, of course, Chiefs-49ers and got bonus coverage after that with the Seahawks and Chargers before Sunday Night Football tonight. So from Thursday to today, Monday Night Football still to come. That's week 7, with also the Jets beating the Broncos 16-9. So even without Russell Wilson, it seems like they still suck. And Nathaniel Hackett at this point might be fighting for his job. We've seen first-year head coaches end up getting fired at the end of the year because, it just wasn't what they thought it was going to be. Even with Russell Wilson, quarterback who did not play because of an injury. Denver's got to go overseas now to play Jacksonville in London next week, which is going to be a home game for them because Jacksonville is that one NFL team that plays overseas once a year. And will Russ play? Another one-score game, and they can't find a way to win it. Right now, at this point, ain't going to matter. Jacksonville's looking, pretty good. They were inches close of winning today, losing by 6, as mentioned, 23-17 home against the Giants. But then the Raiders also won for bye week, 38-20 over the Houston Texans. Don't believe I missed anything other than with the Chiefs defeating in the 4 o'clock window the 49ers Super Bowl 54 rematch, officially 44-23. It was 28-23 entering the 4th. And then they get a touchdown real quick, get a safety, and then they score again. 44-23 your final score for the Chiefs as they beat the Niners. As McCaffrey did have a pretty good day, with a slim workload. Just got traded from Carolina Thursday night, and not even 3 full days later, he's in pads playing for the 49ers. Earlier today, of course, it just, kind of player he is. He's always been damn good. And, dumpster fire in Charlotte, and they get draft picks for him, and now he's a 49er, but Chiefs beat him today, 44-23, and then the Seahawks won in LA and beat the Chargers officially 37-23. So another, 18-point, 20-point win. As I do believe Seattle, if I'm not mistaken, is in first place in the NFC West, as bye weeks today were the Bills, Rams, Vikings, and 49ers. And then the Eagles, the Bills, Rams, Vikings, and Eagles. As the 49ers lost, along with who's the other team I'm looking for? Well, the Cardinals won. That's who I was looking for. Both the Rams on a bye. The Cardinals won Thursday night, and then the Seahawks winning with the 49ers losing. Win-loss record-wise, yeah, I do believe Seattle, if I'm not mistaken, is in first place in the NFC West. So who would have thought that? And the AFC East, as Miami gets a first down inside Steeler 40. Empty set, 5 wide for Tua here. Looking to throw over the middle, caught. Mostert, first down, Dolphins. More missed tackles by the Steeler defense. The 22, first down, Miami. But, Buffalo's still leading the East. You got New England. You got the Jets playing damn good on the Fins. After a 3-0 start, they're 3-3 now. But then, the AFC North, like I said, it's with Baltimore and Cincinnati and Pittsburgh and Cleveland. But still a lot of football left to be played. First and 10, Miami. From the 21. You got to hold them out of the end zone. You got to force a field goal. I know it'll still be a 2-score game at 9 points, but rather than be down 13 again, I'd rather be down 9. Because then if you can score and then maybe a game-winning field goal, it comes down to it. Rather than be down 13 again, that's 2 scores. That's 2 touchdowns. And you're down 13, then you cut it to 10, and they get another field goal, and, you're still just chopping and you're playing catch-up. So the Miami ball officially, second down and 7, from the 18. And Tua fakes a give, pump fakes, and he gets rid of it right at the last second. They almost got to him to get on the sack, and then Mike Gesicki makes the catch, Miles Jack on the tackle. Third down. Right there, they almost had him. Malik Reed and company. So Miami timeout, 3rd and 2. Had tons of time on the play clock. But yeah, some confusion. They want to make sure they're set. Big 3rd down, 9:13 to play in the 3rd, but got to burn another timeout. They did this early in the first quarter, and they'll stick with it, and they'll go to the booth and talk about concussion protocol. Play through it. It's football. That's what this game tonight with these two teams, if you get hurt, you got to stay in because we're playing like it's 1972. Like, let's pick everybody up and slam them down, and you're going to play. I don't give a shit how dizzy you are or how much you're stumbling around. No, I mean, if you're hurt, you're hurt, but at the same point in time, to an extent, you're going to play through it, It's the thing, unless, you can't walk. You're going to be playing. But, as Cam Hayward makes a big tackle, 4th down, so they do force a field goal. The NFL with Will Smith as the Yeah, they are going to go for it, 4th and short. Maybe try to draw them off sides. As the lead physician, from Pittsburgh, 4th and 3, Miami going to go for it. There's a difference with getting your bell rung and then having a full-blown concussion. 4th and 3, Miami goes for it, and the Steelers get off the field. Hell yeah. Get a stop. That's the spark they're going to need to, come back and take this lead. If not, cut it, first off, and just, keep the ball rolling. Knock the pins down. They get off the field, 4th down stop. Steelers when we come back, and big defensive stop. Cam Hayward up front in the middle, making some plays now. So now Kenny Pickett and the Steeler offense has to do something. You just can't get a good stop on defense and then not do anything with it. Like, you got to make plays. You got to find a running game. You work your screen game, Najee Harris as well. But Pat Fryermuth over the middle, work some tight end screens, no doubt about it. But also Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and George Pickens. One of those three, if not all three of them, needs to step up. You got to be balanced. You got to be consistent. You got to dish it out here, dish it out there. Take what the defense gives you, as he's done. But they're in a good spot compared to where they were to begin the game. But once again, it ain't how you start, it's how you finish. So you got to capitalize off this. That's a turnover with a turnover on down. It's not a fumble or interception or anything like that. Still turnover, though. They're getting the ball back. They could have gave up a field goal, let alone a touchdown, but Miami goes for it and they don't get it. I don't know what, fans you call going for it on 4th and 3 or not. Let me know in the comments. But, man, just a big stop by the Steeler defense, no doubt about it. They just got to capitalize off it now, so we'll see if they can. Because if they can and they got the momentum on their side and then they have a running game, work clock, watch out, Just don't turn it over yourself. That's all I ask. Do not turn it over yourself. At least get something out of this. If it's another field goal, so fucking be it. Cut the lead again, all right? I'd like a touchdown. You got to take a lead at some point in time if you want to fucking win this game, because it ain't fucking golf. It's not the lowest score that wins. It's the team with the most points is going to win this game. That's the rain game. So we'll see here what happens. But 1st and 10 Steelers, we'll say inside the 20 somewhere where they stopped them. We'll see officially where they spotted at. But yep. 1st and 10 from the 15. Pickett going to roll out, and it's caught. Yep, and then dropped. Deontay Johnson incomplete. All right. Yeah, if he would have kicked it, they would go up 9. That's 2 scores. Analytics are analytics, but I was surprised they went for it. I was. You normally kick that because I'd be kicking it. Take a lead with a lead you already have. Put the pressure on them some more because you're playing good on defense to an extent. Pickett gonna pump fake all day to throw. Complete near side, Deontay Johnson, 1st down Steelers on a 12-yard reception. Move the sticks. Pickett looking to throw again, complete, back to Deontay Johnson. And to the 32-yard line he goes for about a 5-yard reception, 2nd down. 7-5-7 counting play in this 3rd quarter. Just keep it simple, yeah. And the more, short runs, more short passes you have, eventually, hopefully, you're going to break one through. hence running the football here and, hitting the hole and going, or take a deep shot. Deontay Johnson down injured. Be 2nd and 4, but they still have Pickens. They still have Claypool. It looks like they'll take a break as they do fade to black. Without Steven Sims tonight, but we've seen, Gunner out there. I mean, he'd be really the one to be having to step up now at wide receiver because, well, there is Miles Boykin. But, they have Anthony Miller and Calvin Austin, but they've both been banged up. And I do believe Pittsburgh has until it's either this week or next few weeks to activate Calvin Austin for the first time this year, or else he's not going to be playing at all this year. They drafted him out of Memphis this past year. I know I just said the word year a lot, but, in 2022 here, this year, as it's flown by, to an extent, yeah, no doubt about it, it's been a little frustrating. Losing sucks, but they snapped a 4-game losing streak last week. They won, and it seems like they have the momentum on their side. They do. Can they capitalize off of it? But this game's still, for the most part, split, and like I said, 1 or 2 plays here, defense bending but not breaking, still down to the wire finish. Good game on our hands here tonight. So take all that for what it's worth, but with Deontay going down, I might add, and hopefully he'll be okay. It seems like he's going to be all right. Just a little bit of a stinger. He'll have to come out, of course, for a play or two, but Pickens at receiver and Chase Claypool. These tight ends, Pat Freiermuth back from injury. You got Zach Gentry as well. Connor Hayward had a few big catches last week. Why the hell not, with getting them involved a little bit more? As we get a NASCAR commercial, hence why I'm wearing the number 5 hat tonight. Kyle Larson won earlier at Homestead. They'll go to Martinsville next week as the NASCAR playoffs continue. But yes, I am in fact a Steeler fan. The second straight video stream that I've worn it on Steeler hat, surprisingly, but a couple weeks ago after Bray Wyatt returned, wore the Fiend hat, and then Larson won earlier today, so figured I'd wear that tonight. But we'll get back on track with the hat selection, sooner rather than later. I have a ton of them to choose from, so really ain't that big of a deal. But 2nd and 4 for the Steelers after the injury timeout from the 32. And Pickett once again looking to throw, complete on screen, Najee Harris, and he'll get about a yard, 3rd and 3. Did Najee just fall? It looked like he was stumbling as they cut the camera. 3rd and 3. Maybe he just got tripped up by somebody. Complete over the middle to Najee. He's going to spin and shit. He's not. He's going to be short of the line of gain. Be 4th and 1. And Tomlin saying hold back for the time being. Thought about going for it, but good decision to punt. You got to punt. You got 6:45 and counting to play in the 3rd quarter. Defense playing good. Sucks you can't capitalize off a 4th down stop, but if he would have reached, he might have got it, but he also might have turned it over. So he got tripped up. Shoelace tackle. Held on to him. Yeah, they're going to punt 4th and 1. No fake. Got to play field position. You got to boom this. Fair catch at the 22. And 1st and 10 Miami from there with 6:19 to play in the 3rd. Up 6. 2 timeouts for them. 3 timeouts for the Steelers. And guess what? We're going to take another fucking commercial break because I guess NBC feels like it. But we'll get back to the action once again momentarily. Of course, just in the meantime, thanks for tuning in and watching.
you might be overreacting to our ads for no-shells pistachios. Ditch the shells? Okay, strict. What? You ditch your shells. Hey, get... No, guys, I take it back. You want the show? No, you got to shut up. NBA Fridays got two big companies. The premier of Lopez versus Lopez. Never like you. That's right. And that is a... Hold on tight. It's a season of Bill. Friday now, November 4th, Yankee City.
First week back around the team for
Is it raining?
Dolphins, Stephen
I guess it's raining in Florida. I didn't expect rain to come in the second half. It looks like it's raining.
That lawsuit filed by Brian Flores we talked about earlier. The NFL found the Dolphins to have violated the league anti-tampering policy 3 times. Twice for impermissible contact with Tom Brady, and a
Yep.
third for contact with the agent.
Miami's going to pay.
He was under contract with the Saints. The penalty, a $1.5 million fine. The Dolphins have forfeited their first-round pick in the next draft, 2023. And a third-rounder coming up in
I mean, honestly, what's Miami done recently? They haven't made the fucking playoffs, and how long? They haven't fucking won a playoff game in over 20 years. But they're up 6 right now. But Pittsburgh does make a stop.
One other point to finish on, Ross, as part of that NFL investigation, remember the subject of tanking came up. The NFL
Yeah.
in August.
You get a number on the pay.
Made by Ross about incentives to lose games were not intended to be taken seriously. We mentioned the storylines tonight. Ross returning Brian Flores back to Pittsburgh on the other side. The interception.
Coincidence? I don't know. But 2nd and 11 from the 20. Gesicki in motion. And Tua over the middle, picked off. Oh, he had it and dropped it again, man. Edmonds, how the hell do you drop that? You had it and fell. Oh my God. That's 3 times I almost picked his ass off. How in the hell did you drop that again? Right in the chest. Oh my God. I'm telling you, I've been saying they're going to get him here eventually. How the hell does that happen? 3rd and 11. Some people will say it's not meant to be, but before too long it will be. Hill, as Norwood makes the tackle. 4th down, they get the hell off the field again, and they're getting the ball back. So talk about a change of events. Talk about a tale of 2 halves, or a tale of a quarter or 2 into this middle of the 3rd quarter right now. Still 16-10. These defenses are stepping up. It's complete to Hill, but right there to bring them down, Trey Norwood. And Miami on to punt. And Pittsburgh back deep to receive. Gunner from the 32 on the return. And he'll get about 7-8 yards to the 40. First down Pittsburgh from there with 4:48 to play in the 3rd with 3 timeouts. Got to score a damn touchdown. Just get this to the 4th quarter. You know, you're down 6 still. You can cut this, lead another field goal. You got to get a lead, though, if you want to win this at some point in time. You got to win this game. It's there for the fucking taking. You got to score. Starts up front, you got to run the football. Pickett still has to make some plays. 1st and 10 from the 39. Claypool in motion. And a handoff. Najee Harris, 2-3 yards, and 2nd down. Yeah. And it is raining. Not much, but it's raining a little bit. Yeah, I'd say so. But never a doubt. You got to keep fighting. Tight end screen in the flat to Freiermuth. Got a flag on the play. This might be coming back for a hold. Or illegal man downfield. God damn it. It wasn't on. James Daniels. Or he said 78, not 76. No, he said 78. That's James Daniels. They said it was on 76 of Chu. It was on the right side, one of the two of them. It doesn't matter. It's a fucking penalty. It's negative yardage. 2nd and 13. And complete to Deontay Johnson, another flag. Yep. God damn, now you're going the wrong way. Shoot yourselves in the foot again. Pass interference on the Steelers. 10 yards, they'll replay it down again, so what? 2nd and 23. See if it was a good call or not. Yeah. Second and 23 from the 26. Pickett looking to throw, steps up, complete to Jalen Warren, out past the 30 to the 33. He goes, all right. You get, some all of the, double penalty on back-to-back play yardage back, but still a 3rd down and long. Got an injured Dolphin defender. So 3:05 to play in the 3rd, and as it's on the Steelers sideline, they'll have to come the whole way over to check on him. Head coach is going to meet up, it looks like, because McDaniel walks over as well. But Tomlin was standing in the area, but that's what said that. But it doesn't seem like we're taking a commercial break with a TV timeout with this injury just yet, but we might. We'll see. But as we recapped what happened in the NFL Week 7, we'll preview Week 8 here in a minute, so stay tuned for that as well.
Couple of sacks. This is a guy that is one of the better pass rushers really on this team, tied for the team lead in sacks. He's had 5 sacks in 2021. These two safeties are just fantastic for the Miami Dolphins. We really haven't talked about Javon Mullen very much either.
Lower leg injury. Got tangled up, looked like odd landing, and of course you don't want to see anybody get hurt. Hopefully he's okay, but didn't look good. But at the same point in time, he seems all right, just in some pain. So he'll walk off. Give me a hell yeah! It's 3rd and 16 for the Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers last week beat the Bucs. Well, their starting defensive backs either. This is really too bad. This is a fine football play right here, Brandon Jones.
Former Patriot coming in his stead. A lot of concern around the Dolphins for Jones, their starting safety.
Safety now, but certainly has the experience. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see a little bit of Elijah Campbell, number 22 either, but just wonder how this might change the approach for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Clock rolls, 3rd and 16 as we get back to it. Yeah, they could go deep. But, I mean, just get a first down. And Pickett looking to throw. Going to step up, avoid a sack, and then he'll only get about a yard and off the punt. All right. So whether that was a quarterback draw or not, doesn't work. Fourth down, they'll punt. So Miami getting the ball back. So like I said, these defenses are, showing out now this third quarter because we're still at 16-10. Just when you think they have them, and then, oh my, he had them. Throw the damn ball. Could have had a first down. They'll punt, but, just like I said, I think they have something good going for them. They get stopped, and, credit to them, and they got a punt again. So fair catch to the 30 by Miami. Yeah, 3 interceptions off of Tua potentially, but all drops. God damn. Back out there for the Steeler defense. Another chance to do it. So why not? So 1st and 10 for Miami from the 30. Hill in motion, they'll hand off Raheem Mostert. Yeah, if I'm Miami, I'm running the football. I'm working the clock. You have a lead. About a 2-yard run, 2nd and 8. And Tua looking to throw, almost picked off again. James Pierre, receiver, ran the wrong route. Incomplete, 3rd and 8. Yep. And then he got his knees good. Soon, as he, I guess, likes to floss his teeth on the sideline when he's out with an injury. But 3rd and 8 for Miami. Tua, god damn, avoids a sack, gonna tuck it and run. And they hit him. Norwood, he didn't get a first down. He's short. He's a yard short. 4th and 1. Miami's gonna have to punt again here. Actually, the offense is gonna stay out there. As Tua walks off, some of the rest of the offense is staying out there, but they're going to punt. Boom, big hit. Yeah, he's short. Yeah, you got to give him credit. He's playing good tonight. And he's, once again, good when healthy. Watch a fake. No, they'll punt. Fair catch by Pittsburgh at the 17-yard line or so. Yeah, 37 seconds. They'll stick with it because 37 seconds, and then they'll take a commercial break. But 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, 3 timeouts, down 6 here. Needs something, man. Tulia in attendance. Or is that maybe another younger brother of the Tungaloa family? Maryland quarterback. Former Alabama, but injured recently. Maryland's still winning now. First and 10, Pittsburgh. Down 6 here from the 18. And a handoff, Najee Harris. Najee Harris out past 25, 30, first down to the 35. Gets out of bounds, clock stops, but it's near the end of the 3rd quarter. Now let's see if they can run the football. They're not going to have the snap, but they don't need to. They don't want to under the play clock. So clock can run out if they They wish. As Tua mixes his drink on the sideline. And Pittsburgh hurrying up. 5, 4, 3, 2, man in motion. 1. They'll snap it right as the quarter ends. Hand off Najee Harris again. Another 2nd and 7. Remember, 2-minute warning. 1st and goal at the 10, 3-yard run. 2nd and goal from the 7. A play later, they scored. Down 6 at the end of 3 here still. It's still 16-10 as what at halftime. Pittsburgh ball, 2nd and 7. Got to continue to run the football, no doubt about it. Kenny Pickett, 13 of 16. Make that the halftime scores and the halftime stats. Look this update real quick because I haven't touched it since. My bad. But we did recap what happened in the NFL in week 8 here in a second. It'll kick off on Thursday night with the Ravens and Buccaneers. That should be a good game. But now officially at the end of 3, Kenny Pickett's 19 of 23 for 136 yards passing. And still that touchdown and interception. So what? 6 of 9 in the third quarter for about 40 yards passing, give or take. I was going to read off the halftime stat for whatever reason. But now he's 19 of 23. That's efficiency. Buck 36 in the touchdown. Does have the pick. And that's still the difference, even though Miami does have another field goal. Like, he doesn't turn the ball over, then they trail by 3, field goal ties it, rather than a touchdown takes the lead or field goal cuts it. Najee Harris, 12 carries, 50 yards rushing, which is a good thing. Had 50 yards rushing out of him in a few games. Kenny Pickett, 3 of 20. These receivers, though, once again, somebody has to step up. There's some consistency there, 3, 4, 5 catches apiece for, 15, 20, 30, 40 yards, but need somebody to come out of this group and take the reins. George Pickens still leads, 4 catches, 47 yards in the score. I'd watch out for him. I had no doubt about a watch out for Claypool and Deontay Johnson as well. But still, Pat Freiermuth over the middle for Kenny Pickett, that Pitt-Penn State connection. Miami, Tua's 18 and 29, 232 in the score. Mostert, 11 carries, 50 yards rushing. Tua, 16 carries. Edmonds, 15 yards. And then Waddle, 4 of 88. Hill, 5 of 47. Sherfield, 44 yards receiving. Mostert has the touchdown for Miami, 30 yards. 23 yards for Gesicki receiving. So, yeah, we've had a touchdown apiece. Raheem Mostert and George Pickens, and then 3 Miami field goals and 1 Pittsburgh field goal. And we sit at 16-10 entering the fourth quarter. Another one-score game. Steelers ball, 2nd and 7 from the 37. Claypool motion, fake the give to Najee. Come back. Connor Hayward. And 6 yards on the reception for him. 3rd and 1. Yep. Ironhead from Ohio State to Michigan State. Of course, their father played at Pitt. They're both Pittsburgh Steelers. 3rd and 1, and Najee gets the give and fucking doesn't do anything with it. And it'll be 4th and 1. God damn, now you got a decision to make. You probably got to play field position. You probably punt and pin them deep, play defense. Because you go for it, don't give, you're giving them good field touchdown and makes them go back up 2 scores, let alone a field goal. You got to punt this ball. It wasn't a bad play call to run it, but what the fuck was he doing? He's trying to jump over everybody when he doesn't need to? What the fuck? Any other time you're trying to, skedaddle your way, east-west. God damn. Harvin on the punt. And fair catch by Miami at the 12. So 1st and 10, Dolphins from there. 13:54 to play. Up 6, 2 timeouts. Pittsburgh down 6, 16-10. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. But talked about Tua Tagovailoa turning the football over. Pittsburgh's almost intercepted them 3, 4, 5 times. Well, hopefully, coming up here, one of those will actually be caught and Pittsburgh can capitalize off that. as I said from the start, potentially be the difference once this game's settled. But 1st and 10, Miami, as Pittsburgh once again can't continue the drive, so they punt and Miami gets it back. Week 8 in the NFL next week. Ravens, Bucks on Thursday Night Football. Got an NFL London game between 5 teams. Broncos, Jaguars. Jacksonville currently favored as the home team. That game will be exclusively on ESPN Plus next Sunday morning. Next at 1, of course, the Steelers and Eagles. I'll have live watch along reactions live every 2 minutes, so be sure to tune in. Also, the Panthers and Falcons, Bears, Cowboys. I have the Dolphins and Lions. Oh my. Cardinals, Vikings, Raiders, Saints, Patriots, Jets. Got the Texans hosting the Titans, along with Washington at Indy. So, yeah, Carson Wentz is injured. He's not going to play against one of his 2 former teams, even though, okay, former Eagle, former Colt, now Redskin football team commander. Carson Wentz injured as Taylor Heineke's team once again, as I'm sure Aaron Rodgers ain't cracking a few cold ones of those anytime soon after the loss today. But Washington goes to Indy. Got a Monday Night Football rematch from a few weeks ago with the 49ers and Rams. Giants, Seahawks as well. And then the Sunday football matchup next Sunday will be Packers-Bills, which should be a damn good game from upstate Western New York and Orchard Park. And Monday Night Football on Halloween next Monday, we'll see an AFC North battle between the Bengals and Browns. And I'll have live watch-along reactions over on YouTube of college football and the NFL next weekend, so be sure to tune in. All you have to do is hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well, stay up to date. And thank you for tuning in and watching this evening as Miami gets it back in the 4th quarter, up 6, 1st and 10, 16-10 Dolphins on top of the Steelers, as they show off the 1972 Miami Dolphins, the only perfect team in NFL history at 7-0, and their jewelry. But from the 12, 1st and 10. Tua fakes a give and caught by Hill, and he gets a first down out of bounds. And talked about explosive plays too this 4th quarter. Potentially 1 or 2 big plays could end this game as well. We'll see. Got to cover. Yeah.
That's the story with this guy. It really is. And when you start to think about Tyreek Hill, I think the story that is untold is just...
From the 27, they toss, they break a tackle and get 3 yards. From the 30, 2nd down.
After the catch stuff, it feels a little different with it now. Obviously Kansas City was getting good, think of the Buffalo game, but he feels like that's becoming more part of his game.
Yeah, he's a thick guy, and Mike Tomlin understands fully that the most important part oftentimes is not keeping him in front of you. It's making the tackle when he makes the catch in front of you. So, see if he can get back activated. But I'm just stunned at the way that they are able to...
From the 30, 2nd and 8. Hill in motion again. And Tua fakes a give. Highsmith off the edge. He almost got him. God damn. And Tua throws incomplete, intended for Edmonds with Bush on the coverage. They've been this close to sacking his ass and this close to fucking picking him off 3 times. God damn. 3rd and 8. Another big 3rd down for the Steeler defense. Got to get off the field here. 12:41 to play. Got to get off the field. Get the ball back. Come on, defense. How about a former Dolphin and Minkah Fitzpatrick in the back end? From the 30, 3rd and 8 out of the empty set. Tua looking to throw, dumps it off to Gesicki. And then Minkah Fitzpatrick, along with Levi Wallace, make the tackle. And they get the hell off the field, and they're getting the ball back. 12.5 to play. Still down 6.
One of the secrets here to tackling for the Pittsburgh Steelers, the first guy has to take a shot, right? So he gets picked over the top. Norwood did. They come flying up there. Make that guy stop in his tracks. And then the cavalry will come and clean it up. Exactly what happened there.
From the 34, 4th and 4, Miami on to punt. Don't muff it. From the 12 on the return. Gunner gets out past 20, it looks like. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from where they spotted at. We'll see the official spot here in a second. You got to score. Time's ticking away. You got to score a fucking touchdown. I mean, you can cut it again with another field goal, but you better hope to get another stop on defense and get the fucking ball back. Kick another field goal to tie it, force overtime, or score to win the damn game. You got to score a damn touchdown. Enough's enough. Quit settling for 3, but you got to move the ball to begin with. You got to get first downs. You got to keep the drive alive. You got to convert. You got to score 6. From the 23, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Najee Harris on the give. And he'll get 3 yards at the 26. Make it 2nd and 7. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Miami was looking, unstoppable on their opening drive. Like they're going to pull away and 50-point win. But selling for 3 and Pittsburgh comes back. And we've been lost since halftime, 16-10. Like these defenses have come to play the second half. Pittsburgh's got to make some plays here on offense now. Shuffle pass to Zach Gentry as they fake the give on an end around and a Najee on the run. And Zach Gentry gets, we'll see, about 4, maybe 5 yards if he's lucky. Be 3rd down again for Pittsburgh, so you got to convert. 3rd and 4 officially. And they got all time. Play clock, some confusion. They're going to get set. Gonna... maybe go deep. Pickett going to step up. He will near side. Incomplete. Intended for Claypool. No flag. Yeah, I think he ran it a little too deep compared to what Pickett thought he was running. It seemed like the audible was machine gun from his motion. 4th and 4, and they'll punt. Jesus Christ. Well, at least they're not taking a bunch of time off the clock. Which ain't good, but it's helping them right now. I mean, yeah, they could have if they wanted to, but they're letting them play. There's no doubt on that. From the 29, Pittsburgh to punt again. Jesus Christ. And from the 15 on the return, bring them down. Derek Watt on the tackle. So they pin them deep. Defensively, they got to get another damn stop. Come on, defense. Bring the steel curtain down like it is 1972 again. And beat these Dolphins tonight. Got to get a turnover. How about a pick 6? A fumble, strip sack, scoop, and score. Got to get a defense stop. Got to get a turnover off Tua. You've had them wrapped up for sacks a few too many times tonight, and you haven't brought them down. You've almost picked them off a few times as well. Haven't picked them off officially, though, with an interception. You got to get a stop on defense to get the ball back. If the Steelers win tonight, defense is getting the job done for them, and that's how they'll win. Anywhere from... I haven't said Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi's name yet tonight. Maybe he makes a play up the middle along with Cam Hayward. DeMarvin Leal's on IR. You still have Hornley. Alualu's been out there. Okay, but they're still missing that pressure off the edge. No TJ Watt. Highsmith's almost got to him, but he really hasn't done much tonight. He's leading the NFL in fucking sacks, so that has to speak for something. Highsmith, you step up. Malik Reed really hasn't done jack shit since they traded for him from Denver. These linebackers, once again, every game up until late last week, really weren't doing much. They made stops last week, and they found a way to win. But Miles Jack, Devin Bush has played all right. But Robert Spillane as well. But in the back end, Sutton almost picked him off, as did Levi Wallace. And then I believe Wallace or Sutton again, and then Pierre almost had one, or Terrell Edmonds as well. Trey Norwood's made some plays. Minka had a big tackle on the last third down. I'd watch out for 35 in the Steelers secondary if he's out there, to make a play. I'm no mind reader. I'm just going off how this game's played, and gone. But man, just we'll see what happens here. Defensively, they got to get a fucking stop. Game's on the line. You gonna grab the bull by the fucking horns, or you gonna let it slip away and get stabbed? 1st and 10, Miami from the 15. Here we go. 10:15 to play. 16-10 Dolphins. 2 out, an empty set. Over the middle, caught by Hill. They bring him down right away. Minka Fitzpatrick on the tackle. And then Tyreek talking shit like, hey, I was this close from escaping it, but Minka, chest bumps him back. Like, well, yeah, but I brought your fucking ass down. So, 2nd and inches for the Dolphins. Out of the eye, they'll run it here. Ernie Mostert. And he'll get a first down, and he's out past 35, first down. Miami at 36, on the tackle. So first down, Miami. God damn. Got to stop the run again, man. Yeah, big block, and a good one at that, and they get a first down. Out of the eye again. Yeah, if I'm Miami, I'm continuing around the football. Why not? Why not? 8-9 yards, and Spillane and Bush make the stop. You have a lead. You're at home. You're going to work clock. Touchdown for Miami is probably going to win this game. Hell, even a field goal makes it a 2-score game at a 9-point lead, 19-10. 2nd and 2. Got to get a stop on defense, man. Out of the eye again, they'll run it, and they make a tackle in the backfield for a loss. 3rd and 3. Third and 3 from Miami. Two out of the gun. And Hill in motion near side. Tua going to go deep to him near side. Turn around, pick it off, Edmonds. All right, incomplete. No flag, incomplete, 4th down, and Miami's going to have to punt again. Pittsburgh getting the ball back with 8:03 to play, down 6. Back north. Defensive showdown this second half. Old school football. Like, what defense is going to bend but doesn't break now? As I said at the start. Good coverage. Damn good coverage. Turned right around at the right fucking time. Should have picked it off, but Miami on to punt again. Whatever you do, don't turn it over. Fair catch. And at the 18 again, Pittsburgh 1st and 10. So they'll start with 7:57 to play inside the 20. And they got 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning, but you still got to score a touchdown here, okay? Field goal, I'll take it, but time's not going to be on your side, even if you do get the ball back then at that point. To get in field range is hard for us every time, let alone win it with a game-winning touchdown. You got to score a fucking touchdown. You got to move the ball, get first downs, build up the momentum and rhythm that, you had towards the end of the first half, towards the end of the game now, and punch this fucker in the end zone and win this damn game. 18, 1st and 10. Gunner in motion. Deontay and Pickens top your screen. Zach Gentry in the ball game at tight end. They'll hand off Najee Harris. Najee 4. 2nd down and 6. From the 22, 2nd and 6. Pickett. Kenny Pickett. Complete over the middle. First down to Deontay Johnson. Flag on the play. They'll mark him right at the marker rather than give him the first down because he did come a little bit, but he still got it, looks like. Got a flag on the play, though. What's the dirty laundry? Illegal contact on the Miami defense. 5 yards, automatic first down. I'll take it. Number 9 from Auburn. So first down, Pittsburgh. Come on, Kenny. What do you got? Let's make some noise. They're going to call a timeout. God damn it, you got to be fucking kidding me. Tomlin wanted to keep that timeout in his back pocket if they needed it. Now they're down to 2 with 6:47 to play. I mean, all right, you just got to get set. You don't do anything stupid, but, man, still, yeah, all right. Is what it is. Move on. First and 10, Steelers from the 27-yard line. Zach Gentry, Pat Fryermuth in at tight end. Fake the give, and it'll be complete to Fryermuth at the 40. First down, Pittsburgh. You got to keep it going. And if you continue to get first downs here, you know, you probably want to start working some clock if you do end up scoring, because then you go up 1. Field goal for Miami. Sanders is already 3 for 3 tonight. Field goal, if you go up 1 at 17-16, field goal for them is going to win it if they get the ball back. That pass incomplete, or maybe if you can get a defensive stop, you know, all right, they won't even have to, but you got to score first off. That pass incomplete, Najee Harris. 6:14 to play, 2nd and 10. It does. It feels like something's brewing. As we hit the 11 o'clock hour, why not go to number 11, Chase Claypool? From the 40, 2nd and 10. Pickett. Oh, he was going to Claypool, just behind, incomplete. 3rd and 10. God damn. Yeah. That's the second time he's ran the wrong fucking route. If so. Yeah, he should have cut back out. He's wide open. Oh my God. 3rd and 10. Big third down. Maybe the biggest play of the game right now. 6:10 to play. Rain falling. Pickett with some poise potentially from the 40, 3rd and 10. Complete, Claypool, and he gets a Steeler first down. 12 yards, and they'll move the sticks. Clock rolling under 6. You got to work clock now, I think, a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. But then if you do score, you got to get a stop on defense still, man. Just Warren in the ball game at tailback. Watch a screen to him. Maybe go back to Fryermuth. Wouldn't mind taking a deep shot either, but same point in time, just keep working the sticks. They do. Pickens for 8.5, 9. 2nd and short. It's really coming down now. Can't really tell how good HD is and how good TVs are nowadays, but 2nd and 1. from the 39. Go to, say, Warren, he was wide open, but over the middle, Pickens, first down, Steelers again. 5:05 and counting to play. Work this play clock. Don't snap it until you have to. They're going to hurry up here for whatever reason. Under 5 to play, still down 6, 16-10. Come on, Kenny. From the 34. Pickett. Complete. Oh, and then drop. Freiermuth. Very lucky. Was not intercepted. Incomplete. As he changes up his face mask this evening. Wearing the newer helmet. It was tipped, or else he would have caught it. He still almost caught it, and then as he fell, he dropped it. Incomplete. So what? 2nd and 10? Probably 5:35 to play. No, even less than that, excuse me. It was under 5. That's right. 4:46 to play. My bad. Still 2nd and 10, though. Yes, after the completion. Play clock at 3. Get it off. 2, 1. They get it off. All right, no delay game. Pickett going to roll out. Complete. Claypool. First down, Steelers. Actually, he's going to be a yard short. 3rd and 1, they say. 4:34 and counting, but you got some time. Work clock. 3rd and 1. Gotta keep going. From the 25, 3rd and 1, got a late whistle, and Miami on defense with a injured player. He's just gassed. Because this Steeler defense is... And, yeah, they'll look at it. Was it a first down or not? That's a fucking first down. That's not 3rd and 1. It's a first down. Thank you. They moved the sticks. All right, so you work clock now. Got a new set of downs. But a Miami injury on defense. Sort of... worked out for a second, and he's still down. You can tell he's hurt, but they overturn it from 3rd and 1 to 1st and 10, so Pittsburgh, new set of downs. And what a drive by, to this point, Kenny Pickett and the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. Simple. Might have got away with a hold. But you got to score. You got to score a touchdown. Pittsburgh South and South Beach. Wave those terrible towels. As Pittsburgh's 42-20-2 in one-possession games. Most wins in the NFL since 2016, I might add. Got to score. You got to push this fucker in. 1st and 10 from the 24. Yep. Find a way to win. It's all that matters. A win's a win at the end of the day. Doesn't matter how you got it done, as long as you win. They'll hand off Najee Harris. And he'll get about 6, 7, 8 yards on that run. Yep, under 4 to play. 3:57 officially. Clock should roll here in a second. But 2nd and about 3. Yep, 2nd and 3. So they hand off Najee Harris again, and they stuff him. Well, actually, he's going to bounce forward then and get about 2 yards. So 3rd and 1 for Pittsburgh. You went to George Pickens early on this drive. Claypool's had a few catches. They've gone to Freiermuth. Pickens has a touchdown earlier. 3rd and 1 if you're not running it. Where's Brickhands and Deontay Johnson at? 3rd and 1. Miles Boykin in motion. He's in the ball game at receiver. They'll sneak it up the middle. Flag. I don't think they were set. Illegal shift. Yep. God damn it. Motherfucker, you got to be kidding me. He got it. But 5-yard penalty, they'll replay it down, 3rd and 6. Son of a fucking bitch. Come on, guys. Just stupid. Yeah, he's got to stop and be set. And that's a questionable call looking back at that now, but they called it. It is what it is. And then, yeah, quarterback sneak. Whether he got it or not, doesn't matter. Penalty, 3rd and 6 now. 3:14 to play. You got to score. From the 20. Just get open. Somebody please get open and get a first down. Kenny Pickett. Gonna roll out. He's gonna tuck it and run. He'll dive. There's a flag. This might be coming back, but he's gonna be short. So they'll luck out. The penalty be 3rd and 16 if it is a hold. They'll replay the down. Yep, holding. Unless Miami wants to decline and got a 4th and 1. That's a big decision to either decline or accept this penalty. Holding on the Steelers. 10 yards. They're gonna replay the down. Be 3rd and 16 now for the Steelers. All right, at least you still have 2 timeouts. 3:06 to play. You have taken up a bunch of time here. Touchdown would be nice, but if you don't get it here on 3rd and 16, you definitely got to kick the field goal. Get another defensive stand. Hope to get the ball back with time and maybe a timeout or two still. With either over or under 2 minutes to play. And then get in field goal range and tie it to force overtime. If not, score a touchdown to win it. But 3rd and 16 penalties are hurting them now. God damn, man. Jesus Christ. You got to go over the middle of Freiermuth. Oh, yeah, you have to if you don't get it, no doubt. But then you got to get another defense stop. And then that, you know, as Miami would run the football, I think, would work clock. Motherfucker. Pickett with an interception. And Miami returns it for a, you know, decent amount. God damn. So talked about turnovers all night. And then he's the one that throws the interception late. As they just jumped the route. See a replay. I don't even know who the hell he was thrown for. Yeah, sometimes you do have to learn the hard ways, right? Motherfucker. This is going to Deontay Johnson. Oh my God, he had a man wide open on the other side. He didn't even look at him though. He had Najee on a dump off. Now they got to get another defensive stop with 2 timeouts and 2:57 to play. Hope to get the ball back with, you know, maybe over, maybe under 2 minutes. We'll see the handoff as Miami's just going to run the ball, work clock. 2nd down. Timeout. Call fucking timeout. Jesus Christ. 2:42. Maybe add some. Clock's still rolling even though we had a whistle and a timeout. They say 2:38 when it should be 2:48. That's 10 seconds. They got to reset that clock. 2:45. So they add, 7 seconds back. But, god damn. Yeah, an illegal shift and a hold and then a turnover. After a damn good drive. And you can't score. So defensively, they got to get another stop here. Their 3rd time out would be the 2-minute warning unless Miami gets a first down, and then the game's going to be over at that point. And the handoff, Mostert, 2, maybe 3 yards, 3rd and 3, timeout, 2:41. And then that 3rd timeout they had to burn that they could have right now, you know, could be a big difference But that 2-minute warning, if they get a stop here, that'll be their third timeout. Miami would have to punt then. I mean, if they get a first down, it seems like the game's over. Because then they can run the clock out, take a couple of downs. So maybe the here, 3rd and 3. Got to get a stop on defense, guys. Come on. Watch the play action. Watch Tyreek Hill. But Jalen Waddle's been quiet, as has 14, so even Mike Gesicki. 3rd and 3 for Miami from the 42. And they'll fake it. Tua, incomplete, almost picked off again by Levi Wallace. So Miami throws, incomplete on 3rd down and 3 with 2:35 to play. So Pittsburgh's going to get the ball back still. Touchdown wins the game. Wallace injured on the play. Hopefully he's okay. But they'll also get the ball back, even no timeouts, with a 2-minute warning still to come. I don't mind the play call. It's a good play action. They just got to execute it. And he had him, and he underthrew it. And another almost pick by the Steeler defense, and it's dropped. That's 4 or 5 interceptions that get handed off to it tonight, and all of them are drops. Intended for Hill, and it falls incomplete, so Miami's going to have to punt. So Pittsburgh going to get the ball back, but watch a fake punt. Watch for the fake punt. Another chance. They still have life for the time being. They have no timeouts, so you got to use a sideline. It's your friend. You got to get a good drive going like you did last time and don't turn it over again. And you got to definitely score a touchdown. Field goal ain't going to cut it. You got to get in the end zone and score 6. Watch a fake punt. Watch for a fake punt for Miami. Don't turn it over. Don't muff it, Gunner. I'm telling you, man. 4th and 3 for Miami. Dolphins on the punt from the 42. Would be a long field goal, but they ain't going to kick it. They don't jump off sides either, so they do punt. And it'll be fair caught once again by the Steelers inside the 20, back of the 13. And they got a 1st and 10 from there. No timeouts, down 6 with 2:31 to play. Come on, Kenny. Let's make some fucking noise. Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth, Najee Harris. Pickett gets a snap out of the gun. Dump off to 88 Freiermuth. He gets to the 20. 2nd and 3. Got to go. Got to get another snap off here before the 2-minute warning. 2nd and manageable. 2nd and 3 from the 20. Pickett, pass caught. Back to Pat Freiermuth. 1st down Steelers at the 2-minute warning. No timeout, still down 6. Touchdown wins the game. We've been deadlocked at 16-10 since halftime. These defenses have come to play this second half. We'll update final stats and scores once we hit a final score. But Pittsburgh here. Kenny Pickett had a good drive going before he turned it over, and then the Steeler defense got them the ball back. As they have numerous times already tonight. For once, though, you got to execute. You got to drive. You got to score. Okay? You got to get a few more first downs. Field goal ain't going to cut it at this point. You got to score a damn touchdown. Okay? Back-to-back completions to Freiermuth. I'm not going to be shocked if they take a deep shot to one of the 3 receivers here. But just continue to keep it simple. Of course, time ain't going to be on your side, but you got to get the hell out of bounds. Okay? okay? No timeouts, 2 minutes to play, down 6. Sideline's your friend. You got to get the hell out of bounds, okay? Clock it if you need to, spike the damn ball, but they might run a few screens. Just keep it simple. Get the first downs, move the sticks, okay? Take what the defense gives you. He's done that all night. Yes, he's thrown 2 interceptions, and the first one, right now is very costly. Because if he doesn't throw that first pick, Miami doesn't have a field goal off of it. And Miami's only up 13-10 right now. And a Steeler field goal would tie this game to force overtime rather than needing a touchdown to win it. FYI for anybody who is just now tuning in. Or if you forgot, well, there's your reminder. Because as I thought earlier, and I mentioned it then and a few times throughout the night, turnovers this evening would be key. Pittsburgh's defense making stops, almost a few turnovers off of Tua, but no cigar. Pickett with 2 interceptions. First one crucial right now. The second one, well, he can make up for it. Got to get a good drive going here. You got 2 minutes to play, no timeouts, down 6, touchdown wins it. But you got to find the end zone. You got to score. And then if you do score, and hopefully you do, and when you do, make sure there's no time left on this clock to give Miami the football back so they can kick a game-winning field goal. But if they do the ball back, the defenses make stops, maybe that's when you get the interception or the fumble off of Tua and you finally get the turnover off of them. 2 minutes to play, 1st and 10 Steelers, down 6, touchdown wins it. No timeouts from the 27. Kenny Pickett going to roll out near side. And out of bounds, incomplete. 2nd and 10. Minute 55 to play. You can, but you can't. I can understand where you're coming from there, but that's why I said you got to take a deep shot potentially. Because I'm not going to be surprised if, they will. Yeah. Regardless of the play calling, hopefully it's good. Somebody, like I said earlier too, has to step up and make a play. Get the hell open. Pickett. Gonna get 2 yards and it'll be 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8 from the 30. Minute 45 and counting. Gotta go. Gotta go. Come on. Pickett. Complete, but he's going to be short. Claypool. It'll be 4th and about 4, maybe 5 for the Steelers. And here's your ball game, folks. It's going to come down to 1 play. Miami has 2 timeouts. We'll see if they want to stop it at all. Pittsburgh can't. Clock's rolling. 1-1-1 to play. 4th and 4. And here's your ball game. They got to get a first down to keep this drive alive. Kenny Pickett gets a snap, steps up over the middle, caught. Pat Freiermuth out past midfield. First down Steelers on National Tight Ends Day. You got to clock it. You got to clock it. Take a 2nd down, 3rd down. You got to clock it at the 47. Yep, 48 seconds, 2nd down and 10 from the 47, 48-yard line. All right, big play. Over the middle of the field, they go to the tight end. It's been there. And a beautiful pass by number 8 to 88. Been saying it all fucking year. Go to Freiermuth over the middle. And they finally do in a big-time situation here tonight. 2nd and 10 from the 47. 48 seconds to play. Need a touchdown. Kenny Pickett. Dump off. Over the middle, Deontay Johnson. He's going to spin, get a first down, and also the hell out of bounds. So the clock's going to stop. They only took 6 seconds, and they got 15 yards. 1st and 10 Steelers. Yeah, the crosser for both teams over the middle has been there all night. You got to score. You got to find the end zone, man. You got to find the fucking end zone. 1st and 10 Steelers in Dolphin territory at the 33. Pickett Over the middle again. Complete to Freiermuth at the 25. You're going to have to clock it again probably. And be 3rd down and 3 then, or else you snap it and go. 30 seconds and counting. Gunner in the slot, top of your screen, unless Miami calls a timeout. 25 seconds. They'll run a play. Pickett, going to step butt. Wanted to run in the end. Oh, my God. Incomplete. Incomplete, they say. Why did you throw that? He threw another pick. He could have ran and slid, but then clock would have ran. He caught it. Did he have both feet in, though, is the question. 1, 2, and then out, and then a touchbacker at the half-yard line. He was going for Johnson in the end zone right at the goal line. That's a pick. That's an interception. God damn it. Why didn't you fucking run, dude? They roll an interception. They'll look at it to be safe. God damn. Another interception by Kenny Pickett. 3 turnovers. And the first one and then the last one are going to be the most crucial. Because the first one was, and Miami's going to take a knee. And the clock's running around out. The Dolphins are going to win it 16-10 as nobody's going to score the second half. Miami gets to 4-3. Pittsburgh falls to 2-5. And we'll head to Philly next week before a bye. God damn, that's going to sting. Final score, Miami 16, Pittsburgh 10. That's a tough loss, man. Because he doesn't turn it over the first time. All they needed there wasn't a field goal because Miami got a field goal out of it and had 3 points and then the field goal before halftime. But he doesn't turn the ball over the first time on the first INT. The field goal before halftime is at 13-10. Pittsburgh needs a field goal there to tie it at 13 rather than, going for it. Why didn't he run, though? I'd like to see a replay of that and see if anybody else was open because he was going for Deontay Johnson. He caught it. And, yeah, it was an interception. No doubt about it. It was a pick. But 3 turnovers. I talked about turnovers all night being the difference. And it ended up being the difference. And the Dolphins end up winning off of it. Why didn't he run there? I mean, I get no timeouts. Clock's running. You're going to have to spike it again probably. But then the defender jumped the route as, Pickett should have let him in the end zone. He would have been wide open. It would have been a touchdown. But he, cut it back and interception. And, yeah, sometimes you got to learn the hard way. 3 interceptions, and they lose by 6. When the first and the third INT really are the difference because the second one, the defense ended up getting the ball back. But then all Miami has to do after that is take a knee and the game's over. So they said incomplete. That's why I was going like that. They said incomplete off the bat, but then they huddled up and then they said no, interception. And they didn't even look at it. He had both feet in bounds to begin with, and it was an interception. And the Dolphins win. They beat the Steelers 16-10. So you can clip that if you wish. But man, like I said, that's a tough loss. This one's going to sting because they had it right there for the taking. Both defenses played damn good second halves. But back-to-back drives to potentially cut the lead again, let alone win it twice for that matter, and then 2 interceptions when the defense played extremely well, even after a slow start. They were down. The Steelers were 13-0. I mean, Miami to an extent sort of got lucky because they were up 13-0 and held on to win 16-10. But, bending but not breaking on defense, like I've always said, and I said it again tonight, along with turnovers. A win's a win for them, no doubt about it. They're 4-3 in a tough AFCs. New England plays tomorrow night. So both Pittsburgh and Cleveland are sitting at 2-5 in the bottom of the AFC North, with Baltimore and Cincinnati at the top, tied at 4-3. But the thing is, with Pittsburgh losing tonight, yes, no doubt about it. Like I said at the start too, depending on what happens in division, this game could determine, playoff seeding when it comes down to it. But Pittsburgh's only played one divisional game, and they won it. They're 1-0 in the division. It was week 1 at Cincinnati and an overtime win, all right? They don't play another divisional opponent until they play Cincinnati again the Sunday before Thanksgiving. There's still, a damn good chance that they, as I mentioned earlier, can win a lot of their upcoming games, even though a tough stretch. They've only won once on the road, and it was week 1, as they'll give away game balls to the players of the game. So we'll have to see what players say. We'll have to see what both head coaches say. They'll sign off. I'll stick with it here and recap this game, but as I said, I believe it was earlier this month after they lost to the Jets in a game they should have won. After Pickett came in the second half, looking back on it, they couldn't stop the run then. They really couldn't stop the run again tonight in the first half at least. Even, later, the defense made stops when they needed to. So you got to feel for this defense. Even without TJ Watt, he's going to be coming back soon. Long story short with all this, with all the close games, another 6-point game, they need to find a way to win these close games. And if they can do that, they'll be fine. Because offensively, the talent's there. The third pick, yeah, that's on Pickett, but he should have led Johnson because he would have been wide open in the end zone. The first one, even though the last one was, to seal it, the first one was the difference because Miami got a field goal out of it. And Pittsburgh wouldn't need a touchdown then to win the game. They just wouldn't need a field goal to tie. Even with Miami's field goal before halftime, you go back 3 points. Well, their 3 points then on top of that, it'd be 13-10, 13-13, not 16-10, 17-16. You get my gist. Yeah, tough loss, man. Motherfucker. They got to find a way to win these close games. There's no other way to say it. They're in it, down to the wire, through thick and thin. It's there for the taking. And they let the Dolphins swim away with a win. 16-10 your final score. But a slow start. Yeah, they're down 13. Miami, like I said, sort of in the end got lucky because they hung on to win. But a win's a win, so you got to give them credit because their defense played damn good too. 3 interceptions is 3 interceptions, especially in big situations. Yeah, you can't turn the ball over and expect to win. So there's that. We've known that to begin with, but they still got to find a running game with Najee Harris. They did get him, a little bit more yardage in the backfield and dump off on screens. The Dolphins win as they honor the 1972 undefeated Super Bowl squad, as well as they beat the Steelers that year in the AFC title game. And they also win tonight, 16-10. So another one-score game for the Steelers, but they go to Philly next week, and then they go on a bye. And then they get New Orleans, Cincinnati, and then they go to Indy on a Monday night, the Monday after Thanksgiving. So, honestly, man, looking ahead, there's still potential. There's still numerous chances down the stretch. It's 18 weeks, 17 games for a reason. But, man, just tough one. This one's going to sting because it was there. Down to the wire, final seconds, and he throws a pick. But, go back to all the other drives. Well, they could have scored then. They could have scored, 3 here, 6, 7 there, so on and so forth. It would have been interesting, like with the interception there, as it was a pick, if they would have said touchback as they did, or, 1 yard line, and then they got to take a knee, but then they got to hand off. Pittsburgh maybe gets a safety, okay, 16-12, get the ball back. Field goal still ain't going to cut. You still need a touchdown, no timeouts, 20 fucking seconds. Have to drive the length of the field once again. Third time might have been a charm then. As their first 2 drives, okay, nothing. 2 quick 3-and-outs and punts. Third time was in fact the charm, though. They, got a field goal out of it. We're down 13-3. And then they scored right before halftime, 13-10, but then Miami got a field goal. So the first Pickett interception was crucial because of the 3 points, but then the Miami drive with, basically no time right before halftime might have been the drive of the game, because then that, gave them another 3-point lead with how the second half went, with the defenses stepping up and shutting everybody down, because 16-10 was at halftime, 16-10 your final score. Nobody scored in the third and fourth quarter. That's how good the second half was. Down to the wire, hard-nosed football. But overall, yeah, with a loss, I mean, a win's a win for Miami. Yeah, celebrate. But just a tough one for the Steelers, because they got to find a way to win these close games. Like I said, there's no other way to put it. I mean, they lost by 3, lost by 12, but really 6 at Cleveland, lost by 4. Got blown out at Buffalo last time they were on the road, but also, that game once again could have been a hell of a lot closer if they would have got off the field like they did tonight. I don't think people would have been talking about a Buffalo Bill 38-3 win. Pittsburgh might have had a max of, like I said then, like 12, 15 points, but, Buffalo sure as hell, even though Josh Allen threw all over their ass, I don't think 38 points, but you never know. I mean, Buffalo is still one of the best teams in the league, and, they're also in the AFC East against Miami, who the Dolphins beat last month. That's Buffalo's lone loss. So Pittsburgh going to finish 0-4 as well against the AFC East. This year they play the NFC South, who they are already 1-0 against. They still got the Saints coming in, but then they got to go to Atlanta and Carolina in December. So maybe they make up some ground with those wins. Or I should say, don't want to jinx them, but those games, and hopefully you win those and they turn into wins. I'll say it that way. But just tough. But, then people will say, well, tough shit. Like, well, yeah, no shit. But just a tough loss. Like I said, this one's going to sting. And, they're both in the AFC, so they can play every year if it comes down to it. It's not like they're not going to play for once every 4 years or that extra add-in game unless they Super Bowl. But once again, like I said at the start, last time the Phillies made and won the World Series, they're going to the World Series this year. The Steelers won the Super Bowl, so that was 08. They didn't lose 5 games though that year. They were 12-4. They're 2-5 right now. So take that for what it's worth. But there's still a lot of winnable games moving forward. Thinking tonight was one of those, even though it didn't turn out that way. The win came against Tampa last week, and really, what also could have been a loss. They could be at 1-6 right now rather than 2-5, and they still got to go to Philly next week. But I might add, as I mentioned earlier, the last time Philly was undefeated at 6-0 at this point in time in the season was 2004, and it was Big Ben Roethlisberger's rookie year. Steelers got another rookie quarterback right now in Kenny Pickett. And the Eagles were undefeated going into that Steeler game late October and had a bye week before, and the Steelers beat them. The only difference was this time around the game's going to be in Philly rather than Pittsburgh, but it's not that far of a distance. As tonight was the furthest south. Pittsburgh will travel to Miami. They still got to go to Atlanta and Carolina, but furthest north was Buffalo. They already went there. Of course, didn't win that game either. Didn't win tonight. Furthest east they'll go is Philly next week, and furthest west they'll go is Indy on the road on a Monday night after Thanksgiving, late November. But they haven't won on the road since week 1. They're 2-5. They won week 1 at Cincinnati and won last week at home against Tampa Bay. And the Bucs won, like I said too. Like, they lost Carolina earlier. Like, a win's a win, but still really, not that big of a win now. You think about it, even though it's still against Tom Brady and the Bucks. Like, just overall, very frustrating. You know, another tough loss, sting, and it still ain't going to get any easier. Even though they got winnable games, you know, Philly next week's going to be very tough because Philly's one of the best teams in the NFL. But of course, going off a history of what I just said. But I've even said too with Philly, like last week, the road quarterback and Cooper Rush then for the Dallas Cowboys, he had a few interceptions, and the Cowboys ended up losing by 9. You know, he doesn't turn the ball over. The Cowboys probably beat the Eagles, and then the Dolphins would have popped champagne last week rather than, you know, maybe next week because the Steelers beat the Eagles for all we know, or in the weeks to come. So Kenny Pickett turns the ball over 3 times tonight. He had 3 interceptions against the Jets in the second half earlier this month as he came in after halftime. Got his first start at Buffalo, lost. Won last week, even though he went out with an injury. Technically still gets credit with the win, and then lost again tonight. So he's shown he can win at home, but not on the road, even with it being a close game or not. But, I mean, man, just no doubt about it, very frustrating. He still is the, you know, no doubt about it, quarterback of the future for the black and gold. They didn't draft him in the first round, you know, not to play him. You know, we've been over this numerous times before with, okay, they signed Trubisky, but still not helping out. They don't have a running game for him. But, you know, he made plays, but then he also, you know, turned it over when you can't do that. But, you know, once again, you got to learn the hard way sometimes. If only they had a more balanced and consistent running game to help him out, offense might be clicking a little bit better, but he's still making plays. He's still, you know, when they're in rhythm, they're not unstoppable, but they're able to move the football. But when they're stuck until they find a way out, and this is after a million people walk by them. You know, like, nobody is going to help you in the situations you're in, whether that's in sports, you know, real life. Every once in a while, help does arrive, and, you know, help's wanted and appreciated. But sometimes you got to figure it out yourself and learn the hard way. No doubt about it. You got to learn from your mistakes. We'll see if he does. He's a rookie quarterback. You know, he's not Roethlisberger. Okay? He's not a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's not, you know, fucking Tom Brady, even though they beat him last week. Tua played good tonight in his return as well. But you win as a team and you lose as a team. There's going to be a lot of, probably not as much towards Trubisky, because believe me, if this was Mitch tonight doing this, fucking city would be burned down right now. Pickett doing it, they're going to give him some leeway, and rightfully so, but because he's a rookie and also played at Pitt, you know, there's going to come a time, well, you know, something's got to give, no doubt about it. But yeah, he's going to have to learn. They got to help him out in the run game. The offensive line, once again, I mean, penalty-wise, they really, till late there, and back-to-back penalties, and then he turns it over for the second time. And the last drive, after the defense got him the ball back, interception. Offensive line has played pretty damn good this year. They've blocked pretty damn good for him. They still can't run the football, though, for whatever reason. They got to find a running game. They can find a running game, it'll help out a lot, because this defense is, you know, still playing pretty damn good at times, and then you'll get TJ Watt back. You should be all right, okay? You know, knock on wood. But, you know, tonight they just, man, when it came down to it, you know, they've been on the wrong side of these close games, and they've lost them when they should be winning them. Because they probably should have beat New England, and it goes back to the fucking safety that they settled a touchback, and then the difference was a field goal. That New England got a field goal on that drive, and the Patriots won by 3. You know, Pittsburgh should have won that game. The Browns game, well, they couldn't stop the run. Late touchdown by Cleveland as time expired. 6-point game though. Like they could have won that game. They should have beat the Jets. Okay, give Buffalo the win, but they win last week, and they probably should have fucking won tonight too, but they didn't. So there's that. They didn't. You win some, you lose some. You win as a team, you lose as a team. But man, just very frustrating. Like a gut punch is what that was. That's a fucking gut punch. That's just to your knees and, suck on this as Tua in his return. Or Mike McDaniel with his wheelbarrow, He had a few good play calls late, that they could have closed out the game with. They just didn't execute. Both defenses played extremely well in the second half. Miami's a little bit better, of course, because of the 3 interceptions, no doubt about it. But just, yeah. Sucks to lose. They started 1-0, lost 4 in a row, 1-4, win last week, and then they lose again tonight. And I mean, the teams they've lost to, Miami's at 4-3, Buffalo's with 1 loss. They lost to the Dolphins, also on the road. The Jets are a good team right now in the AFC East. The Browns are at 2-5, just like Pittsburgh is. So, I mean, you probably want to have that win back. New England's, hanging around. We'll see who's playing quarterback for him. But, of course, all these losses you'd like to have them be wins. No doubt about it, man. Oh, my God. Because, I mean, you look ahead at the Eagles bye week, the Saints, the Bengals, then you got to go to Indy and Atlanta. And then Baltimore at Carolina, the Silver and Black Raiders the night before Christmas. And then New Year's, you got to go to Baltimore, and then you get Cleveland week 18. Like, at 2-5 right now, like I said, the only good thing about it is they've only played 1 divisional game. And you know how Steeler games are to begin with, let alone when it's a divisional game. Playing the Bengals, playing the Browns, playing the Ravens. It's going to be, talk about a dogfight as it was tonight, it's going to be a hell of a lot closer than that. It's going to bring your hard hat to work, lunch pail, like you ain't fucking leaving until, the fight's done. But overall, I mean, they lost by 3, they lost by 12, but it was 6, they lost by 4, lose by 6 again tonight with a blowout as well, but it could have been a lot closer. They got to find a way to win these close games. If they can do that, they'll be all right. I'm telling you. Because if they can find a running game with it and TJ Watt comes back, even though, okay, when he went down late week 1, they did allow Cincinnati come back in that second half after a lot of turnovers off of Burrow that night. They could have had a ton of turnovers off of Tua tonight, and it could have been a hell of a lot, better or worse. Could have been a totally different story, so like I've said, it feels like Miami, got away with one here this evening. I know some people probably aren't going to like that I said that, but fact of the matter is, it truth hurts sometimes, but a win is a win. So, I mean, that's all that matters for them. Almost like 4 or 5 interceptions off of Tua. They couldn't get to him and bring him down on a sack. They're still missing that pressure off the edge, for God's sakes. That's why they need TJ Watt back, and maybe he plays next week. Maybe he plays in a couple weeks after the bye, in the home game against the Saints and then the Bengals, and then you really get deep into it, and then we'll see how it goes from there. But it's still one game at a time. They got to find a way to win these close games to begin with, moving forward. But just a tough one tonight. Because say they intercept them, once, twice, little, and 3 times like Miami did Pickett, 6-point game, 16-10 at halftime, 16-10 final score. Miami could have done some damage if they wanted to. But then the Steeler defense, you know, stopped them as Miami's defense stopped Pittsburgh. So you got to give both defenses credit. And a win's a win, but a tough loss for the black and gold. So, tough loss. Just like I said, a gut punch. And it's going to sting, no doubt about it, for a little while. Until next week, until the week after, until the week after that, you know. A little pissed off, to say the least. But what can you do? You know, we're sitting here watching the game and call it as I see it. You know, we're not coaching, we're not playing. You know, we're armchair quarterbacks. That was not me, by the way. That must have been the big dog. But I don't even know if that picked up, but I ain't even gonna say anything about it. If it caught, somebody heard it, well, best wishes to you and your family, I suppose. But man, just a fucking tough loss. Connor Hayward had a big catch. Looking at the tight ends on National Tight End Day, Zach Gentry really didn't have much. He had a shuffle pass over the middle, from what I can recall. Freiermuth had a big night in his return as well. They got to keep going to him more. I mean, man, had two Penn State tight ends and Mike Gesicki and Pat Freiermuth this evening, and I think Pat got the better of Mike, and I mean, of course, the Dolphins end up picking up the W and win, so that's all that matters. You know, that's all they care about. But you know, Pickett played good and just can't turn the ball over. They still got to find a running game with Najee Harris. Jalen Warren, no doubt about it, making plays. Can play 10 times better than the two. Derek Watt had a fucking great tackle on a special teams play. You know, Pickens sort of had a quiet second half. Had a couple catches on, you know, one of the last two tries. You know, Claypool the same. You know, Deontay Johnson was a target on the final pick. We'll see if they activate Calvin, you know, and see if he plays at all this year or not. Yeah, the illegal shift by Miles Boykin, and then a hold, and then the INT, like, penalties hurt him late. You can't turn the ball over either. But overall, defensively, I mean, even down 13-0, you know, Miami with a touchdown and 3 field goals at 7-10, 10-13, and 13-16 right before halftime. And like I said, that's the first Kenny Pickett interception, even though he's had now 2-3 interception games. The first of his 3 picks tonight, first of 3 picks tonight. As you go back to the Jet game, all 3 interceptions weren't his fault then, because the first and the third were tipped and picked off. The second one, they shouldn't have even been thrown. They should have been running the ball and working clock, and then end up losing because they couldn't stop the run then after they turned the ball over. And the Jets win by 4, 24-20, as they look at the previous schedule and what's to come, along with looking at my depth chart. But tonight, the first one, once again, led to Miami field goal for 3 points. And then Miami had another field goal before halftime. So that first INT, and then the drive before halftime, I mean, those 6 points, you go 10-10 game then. Big difference. So turnovers and special teams, as I thought at the beginning of the night, very key. But, you know, even if they had that field goal still before halftime, you know, and then it's 13-10 because of the field goal and not the interception. All Pittsburgh needed on that last drive, rather than him throwing another interception, because the second one, the defense got him the ball back then. They need a field goal, not a touchdown. And, you know, could have been a different outcome. Could have been a different story, for that matter. But it wasn't. And, you know, it's team sport. He wins his team, he loses his team. He's going to get some blame, yes. Why? Like I said, you tuck and run. Because I'm like, well, run, and then he threw it. And then they were rolling it incomplete, and then they said catch, and it was an interception. And, you know, they take a knee, and game's over. 16-10, Dolphins win. But they just got to, you know, once again, find a way to win these close games. There's nothing else to be said about it. You know, I can go on and on and on about it all fucking night, all week until next week. But I'm not beating a dead horse like it. because it ain't going to matter until they find a way to win these close games. They found a way to win 2 close games, 1 by 3 and 1 by 2. Maybe next week they'll win by fucking 1, but they haven't been able to win on the road since week 1. They won at home last week. They don't get a home game for another couple weeks because they get a bye week in 2 weeks. Okay. And down the stretch, beginning with that Saint game after the bye week, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 home games with officially after the Dolphin game tonight, and now at 2-5 after a 16-10 loss. They go on the road next week, so that's 1 more away game with 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. So they're split. 10 more games. We got 5 at home and 5 and away. But they're 2-5 right now, but they still got divisional opponents to play. And that could determine if they're going to win the division or hell even come close or, as a wild card. And then with this game, this loss tonight, 0-4 against the whole entire AFC East to begin with. And that way that division's looking, you got the Bills at the top, the Jets are there, the Patriots are there, along with the Dolphins, who won against the Steelers and the Bills, I might add, earlier. And of course, they'll play each other. Everybody will take each other out eventually, but it still seems like everybody's, in the middle of the pack, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins. There's a couple teams with 6 wins, but there's a couple teams, starting to peak. There's a couple teams that have been ahead and, looking to stay ahead, but there's still teams going to be bringing up the rear. And I think the Steelers could be one of potentially those teams if they can, find a way to win these close games. It's tough, no doubt about it, when you lose, but they got to fight through this adversity. They got to fight. They did tonight, no doubt about it, because, when they went to Buffalo, like last time they were on the road, it seemed like, only a couple players were playing. Tonight, the defense, like I said, you got to feel very bad towards them, very sour, because they played extremely well. Sour, good word. Like I talked earlier, pressure being a key word tonight. Like tonight's loss for the Steelers is a gut punch. Going to leave sour taste. Stinger. Had a few injuries tonight, I might add, as well. Hopefully everyone's okay. But there's not really much else to be said, so I'll leave it at that. But final stats and scores. Just if they can once again find a way to win these close games. Man. 16-10 your final score. We had both teams finished 4-14 on third down. Pittsburgh was 2-2 on fourth down, though. So, okay. Miami didn't necessarily seem to get too full of themselves at times. They were just trying to, make a play or two, catch them off guard, and find a way to win the game. Seal it, close it out. And, you got to give him credit. Mike McDaniel's a good play caller. It seems like he's, turning in a good head coach. He's got that charisma. Seems like people like him. And big win for the Dolphins against the Steelers. No doubt about it. Pittsburgh still won 7 of 10 since 2004. But this Dolphin win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, I do believe, is the first win for them since... I'm actually going to look this up real quick. Hold on, give me a second. I believe 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 2015. Miami beats Pittsburgh tonight, for the first time since mid-October 2016. Also in Miami. So Pittsburgh hasn't won at Miami in 12 years. 12 years to the day tomorrow October the 24th, 2010, in a 1-point win, 23-22. Man, that's tough too. Talk about balance. Both teams had 12 drives. Pittsburgh did have the ball a little bit more overall, especially because of the second half. 10 total penalties, but the turnovers are going to be the difference. 3 turnovers and they lose by 6. When, the first one led to 3 points, the third one couldn't have happened, or wouldn't have happened because all they, it probably shouldn't have happened, but wouldn't have happened for that matter, because all they would have needed is a field goal if everything else, of course, goes the way it did. But a damn good game, damn good second half. Miami once again was up 13-0. Pittsburgh 13-3, 13-10 then, and then Miami with a field goal, 16-10, and then nothing happened, no scoring at all in the second half. Just back and forth with the defensive stops and a punt or two. More like times that by a few more than that for both punters. And turnovers and special teams, as I thought at the start, were the difference. Because the one turnover led to special teams points, and then, more turnovers that didn't need to happen because of, the earlier turnovers, and could have been special teams points then, if that makes sense. But Tua finished 21-35 for 261 and a touchdown. Not sacked once. Pickett was sacked twice. But Pittsburgh's defense, they got to him all night. They just couldn't bring his ass down. And then 4 or 5 interceptions, they couldn't pick him off either. Minkah Fitzpatrick had a big tackle, almost had an interception. Sutton and Wallace, along with Edmonds, almost had a few interceptions apiece, for that matter. Linebackers still need to step up, I think. No doubt about it. Especially Malik Reed. They traded for him from Denver because of a few injuries prior to TJ Watt going down. Trying to bolster, the defense, but he really hasn't done much. But then even in the middle, Miles Jack, Devin Bush, Robert Blaine, and Mark Robinson, who they drafted out of Ole Miss and made the team as a 7th round pick, still hasn't played yet this year. I'd maybe put him in here before too long and see what he's got. But they're obviously holding him out inactive for whatever reason, whether he's actually hurt or just, he's just not getting a helmet because they need depth at other positions. But Highsmith's still leading the league entering this week. I don't know stat-wise once they'll update. But he's leading the league in sacks, but nothing tonight. They're still missing TJ Watt, though. But Cam Hayward in the middle, Vial's on IR, but, Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ogunjobi, normally, Lulu. All right, but just if they can get TJ Watt back soon, you can see you play like this on defense and then find a groove on offense. I'm telling you, watch out. They'll be all right. But then some of these losses here early could hurt them late. But if they can find ways to win later on in the year and then get some help like they did last year and years prior to make up for these losses, maybe they do find a way to sneak in. If you catch my gist, or catch my rift, get the gist of what I'm saying. I can't even fucking talk here at midnight. Just a tough loss. 4 hours, and was hoping for a Steeler win. Fortunately, that's a L rather than a W. And once again, hey, you win some, you lose some. It is what it is. Just a tough loss, like I said. Stings, sour taste, and it's a gut punch. Is the best way to describe it in, a few short words. But Tua, it was 21-35, 261 and a touchdown. Mostert only finished with 79 yards rushing. So, compared to how they started, he only had 79 yards rushing. But then Waddle finished with 4 catches, 88 yards. So the Penguin led the team in receiving. The Cheetah, Tyreek Hill, 7 of 72. Sherfield had a few big catches early, 3 or 44, but then nothing afterwards. Mostert, 4 catches, 30 yards out of the backfield as well. Mike Gesicki had 3 catches, 27 yards. But Kenny Pickett, as he was sacked twice and threw 3 interceptions, which ended up, of course, being the difference, did have 1 touchdown. It was George Pickens, who had 6 catches, 61 yards in the score. But Pickett finished 32 of 44 officially for 257. Got to cut back on the mistakes, no doubt about it. But he's got to learn one way or another, and sometimes it's the hard way. You got to learn from your mistakes. 17 of 65 on the ground for Najee Harris. Pickett had 3 carries, 20 yards. Could have had 4 carries and, I don't know, a few more yards if he would have ran on that final play, but he threw it. He obviously saw something and then aired it out, and then I don't know, if he regretted it as soon as it left his hand or, once he realized it was intercepted, we'll see what he says, because I'm sure he's going to get asked about that. But the thing was, in that situation, they didn't have any timeouts, and then if he would have slid in bounds, clock's going to continue to roll even with a first down. I believe it was 2nd down, so clock it, no 3rd down, get 4th down, no time, you still need a touchdown. You got to situationally, take it from there and, okay, coulda, woulda, shoulda, if this happened, if that happened, blah, 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 okay, but man, just, he finished 32 of 44, 257, a touchdown and 3 picks, sacked twice, had 3 carries, 20 yards on the ground. Najee Harris, 17 of 65, but that needs to be 25 and 100. That needs to be 30 and a buck, 30 and a score or 2. And he did have Najee Harris, 3 catches, 15 yards on the backfield. They got to get him the ball in the screen game a little bit more. Along with Jalen Warren, 2 carries, 7 yards for him, and 2 catches, 17 yards. So, Freiermuth, as he led the team in receiving, 8 of 75. They're finally going down the middle of the field, to him. Zach Gentry, a couple catches for next to nothing. Connor Hayward had a catch for 6 yards, like I said. One of the running backs. Pickens led the team in receiving for the wide receivers, 6 of 61 in the score. Deontay Johnson right behind 5 of 40, 5 of 41. So some balance there, but man, once again, with all these stats, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, especially when you lose. And it doesn't matter if you fucking win, because it's situationally. It's, one play here, one play there. Well, this happened, all that. They don't turn the ball over as they made stops on defense. They don't turn the ball over. They win this game. Easy. Still probably would have been close, but I think it probably would have been more than a 6-point game, as they've been in, less than 1-score games all year for the most part. Because if they get turnovers off of Tua, as Miami did off of Pickett, Miami really didn't do anything with them, but they didn't really need to. They got a field goal out of it. Probably could have wished they would have done something with one and then run the clock out, and then that 3rd interception doesn't even happen, because Pittsburgh doesn't get the ball back because the defense doesn't get off the field. Well, at least the defense got off the field and they got another chance, but then they turned the ball over again. So, like I said, Pittsburgh doesn't turn the ball over. They win this game tonight, I think. I'm sure some people probably won't agree with that, but it's, to an extent, true. Because you just can't turn the ball over and expect to win. Especially when one turnover goes to 3 points, the second one, okay, they got the ball back. Third one sealed it, and if you would have let him, it's a touchdown, it seems like, or if he would have ran, he might have got the first down, he might not have. Clock would have continued to roll. Everybody's downfield, you got to rush back, you spike it. Well, you might not get a snap off to begin with, let alone might have a 3rd, 4th, 5th down position that you're in, for all we know. Because that was late. They needed a touchdown rather than, a field goal. If they would have not turned it over the first time, all they would have needed then was a field goal. And then, who knows? We're in overtime. Game's over for sure by now. I know I've been talking for a little while afterwards, like I always do. And thank you for tuning in and watching and continuing to watch. But, of course, we still be recapping the game, whether it's a win, whether it's a loss. We're still here. Just a tough loss. Just like I said, a gut punch. They got to figure out just overall how to win these close games, and I'll leave it at that. And if they can, okay, they'll be all right. If not, well, it's just going to keep up until they continue to, find a way to win close games. There's nothing else to be said about it. So I'll leave it at that. But in the meantime, just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching, as that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia 96, live here on YouTube. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And I'll see everybody now next weekend for more college football and NFL live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube with college football, Ohio State, Penn State on Saturday. And NFL live watch-along reactions next Sunday with the Steeler-Eagle game, and then maybe another 1 or 2, maybe even 3 NFL games on top of that next week. Week 8 Halloween weekend. Maybe we'll coach it up. Maybe we'll call some plays and see if they can be executed and find a way to win these close games for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But just a tough loss tonight on Sunday football. They can't win in primetime at either, let alone on the road. One week 1 on the road, one last week at home, but they're 2-5, and they lost at home against the Patriots, along with the Jets. They lost at Buffalo and lost at Miami tonight, so they're also winless against the AFC East. Done playing that division this year. They'll get a new AFC division next year. Of course, that's on a 4-year cycle. They still got to play the NFC South. They played Tampa Bay and still got to play New Orleans at home and got to go to Atlanta and Carolina. But can't win in primetime, like I said, either. They can't go on the road and win at Cleveland on a Thursday night. They can't go to Miami here tonight on a Sunday night and win either. They got to go to Indy on a Monday night in about a month or so after Thanksgiving. So, we'll see, then what the outcome is and, what we'll be saying. But they just overall got to find a way to win these close games, and you can't turn the ball over, but you got to help out Kenny Pickett with the running game as well in the backfield with Najee Harris and Jalen Warren. And if you can find a running game, not turn the ball over, and find a way to win these close games, you're going to win these games. A long story short, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to fucking figure that out. Fortunately, Steelers fall to 2-5, lose for the first time in 2 weeks after a 4-game skid after 1-0 start, 1-4, 2-4 entering night. Loss, however, drops them to 2-5. They lose at Miami here tonight on Sunday Night Football, officially 16-10. So, in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching, and that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below that. Red subscribe button, notification bell next to it, as well as tape the date. Thanks for watching. Thumbs up button, share, and I'll see everybody next weekend for more college football and NFL, along with professional wrestling, live watch-along reactions in the future, as well live right here on YouTube. But tonight, on Sunday Night Football, the Miami Dolphins defeat the Pittsburgh Steelers officially 16-10 from South Beach, as Pittsburgh will travel back home, but then be on the road again next week at Philadelphia, taking on the Eagles before a bye week, and then returning home for games before they hit the road again with the holidays upcoming. So, hope everyone's doing well and staying safe. Of course, hope for a better outcome tonight, but Steelers lose at Miami, 16-10 your final score, as the Dolphins beat the Black and Gold, and they get to 4-3. Pittsburgh, as mentioned, 2-5. 16-10, Dolphins win. 16-10 your final score. Miami beats Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football.